protect our children than the United States. And there's been several people talking about Florida, talking about Parkland and laws that Florida passed. Well, let me be clear about this. It was the Republican-led legislation who thought that children dying at Parkland was ridiculous and shameful and appalling. And it was that legislation that raised the age, that legislation that imposed a 3-day waiting period, and that legislation, or legislators that passed red flag laws. Somehow, through it all, through all of the politics that we see played today, they remember, as we talk about constitutional rights, they remember the rights of our children not to die by gunfire in the classroom. But you know what? They don't spend all of their time in the classroom. They go to church, they go to the balls, they go to the movie theater. We will be held accountable for acts of omission and commission. May heaven help us. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For our purposes, Mr. Buckseek recognition.
Right, the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is terribly sad what's happened in this country in the last few weeks and in the last few years, frankly. I was a federal prosecutor when Columbine happened and was part of a group that went into the school the day after. And what I saw was terrible. I had young children in school, and it impacted me and those with me and frankly, all of America. Living in Colorado, I've also experienced the Aurora school shooting, or I'm sorry, the Aurora theater shooting up close, and certainly recently the Boulder grocery store shooting. But one thing I've learned from law enforcement, and one thing I've learned from being involved in these particular shootings, and also observing what's happening in our country, these laws will not help the situation. And frankly, I will vote against the bill that has been proposed. It is a problem when we tell the American people that we have solutions, and we don't have easy solutions for what's happening right now. We need to hold hearings. We need to examine the underlying causes. There are some ideas that I think would be helpful in terms of hardening schools and some other ideas. Gun-free school zones have been a failure. Gun-free zones have been a failure. The Aurora theater shooting, there were a dozen premieres of the Batman movie the night of the Aurora theater shooting within a few miles of where that shooting occurred. That shooting occurred in a gun-free zone, and the other premieres were not in gun-free zones. Did the shooter take that into account? I don't know.
I doubt it.
But it's clear that disarming Americans is not a way to reduce gun violence. We've seen assault weapons bans. The assault weapon ban that was in place, the federal assault weapon ban that was in place for 10 years, we saw a violent gun crime increase during that time. It did not reduce violent gun crime in America. These bills that have been presented, the Safe Storage Act, Ethan's Law, Safe Guns, Safe Kids Act, Closing the Bump Stock, Keep Americans Safe Act, would not have prevented what happened.
Hey, are any of you here, or can you guys hear and see everything okay? None of you are saying anything in the chat, so let me know if you can hear and see everything okay.
In this country, we have gone the wrong direction in the last 40 or 50 years. We have become a less safe society generally. Blaming the gun for what's happening in America is small-minded. It is unfortunate that we can't come together as a group of well-thought-through legislators that want to deal with this problem, pointing the fingers at each other and saying, well, you're only doing this because you're trying to gain political points on the heels of a dangerous shooting, and then for you to tell us that, well, we're controlled by the NRA. I voted against the NRA. I'll vote against the NRA when I think they're wrong. I'm representing my constituents. In rural Colorado, an AR-15 is a gun of choice for killing raccoons before they get to our chickens. It is a gun of choice for killing a fox. It is a gun that you control predators on your ranch, on your farm, on your property. The idea that somehow we're going to deny access to, I think there are 20 million AR-15s in circulation in this country. It makes absolutely no sense, and it's unfortunate. I think that there are other answers. We've certainly in Colorado, we have discussed the possibility of incentivizing veterans who come back from the military or discharged from the military to go into education and teach and be able to carry guns in a school as a teacher, as an administrator, as a coach, trying to help to strengthen our system. I think we've got to get beyond the finger pointing at this point. I think we've got to get to the point where we're holding hearings, and I hope when Republicans take the majority in November, that in January, we will start to hold hearings and come up with answers that are meaningful, not answers where we tell the American public we've solved the problem. We're going to make sure that there's no guns in schools, so law-abiding citizens don't have guns in schools, but criminals do. We want to make sure that we get to the bottom line of a very complex and very serious problem that this country faces. And I hope we do in the future. It's obvious to me that right now that's not what's intended, and it's sad. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes? The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Right, the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
19 kids are dead. 19 children are dead. And so to my Republican colleagues, I ask, who are you here for? Are you here for our kids, or are you here for the killers? Because if you were here for the kids, you would do all you could to protect the next school shooting that's about to happen. And we know what's going to happen in America. You would vote to raise the age on purchasing an assault rifle.
Hey, Nick.
You would vote to ban high-capacity magazines. You would vote to require safe storage. And you would vote to address ghost guns, which are ravaging communities across America. But if you're here for the killers, you would do everything to make it easier for the next school shooting to happen. And Mr. Jordan, to say we are trying to dramatically change the country, if trying to make sure that no more kids are put in the ground with a Superman coffin means dramatically change the country, guilty. That's why we're here. Kids are going in the ground today, and you call that trying to dramatically change the country. Why aren't you trying to dramatically change the number of dead kids going into the ground, Mr. Jordan? Who are you here for, the kids or the killers?
Lee's back there consoling him.
My Republican colleagues are here for carnival games. They say it's about mental health. Okay, we try and fund mental health, they vote against it. They say it's about schools. We try and fund the schools, fund the teachers. They vote against it. They say it's about policing. $300 million in the American Rescue Plan for community policing. They all voted against it. And they don't want to listen to the police. If they listen to the police, they'd listen to the major cities' chiefs who have called for background checks, red flag laws, banning bump stocks, and banning high-capacity magazines. My favorite, it's about the family. We need to address the family issues in America. But we don't want to help feed a family. We're going to make it harder for kids to live on food stamps. We don't want to help a family learn. We're going to go after teachers in America. We don't want to help kids go to college. We don't want to give them jobs. We're going to vote against the infrastructure and jobs bill. And then they say that laws don't work. But they have no problem crafting laws to take away a woman's right to make her own healthcare decision. That law must work. They have no problem going after laws to ban drugs. There's plenty of laws on the books to ban drugs, but no, it's all about the person. Laws don't work when you have evil in our country. That's what they tell us. And then they tell us that we're in a country where you have violent video games, mental health problems, schools that can't be secured, and too many gun-free zones. And their solution to that is to put more of the most dangerous weapons into that mix. That's insane. They're also out of touch with the overwhelming majority of gun owners in America. An organization called 97% just put out a poll that said among gun owners, and they only polled gun owners, 86% support background checks, 76% support safe storage, 67% support red flag laws. Those are gun owners. So who are you here for? Our kids or the killers? I'm here for people like Alex Navarro. She's a Moms Demand Action leader in the San Francisco Bay Area. And last week, after I convened a meeting among my constituents and people like Fred Guttenberg and Dr. Joe Saccharin, an emergency room physician at Johns Hopkins, Alex Navarro told my constituents that her 6-year-old daughter, after Uvalde, after seeing the images behind me, said to her, "Mom, what picture are you going to use for me? What picture are you going to use for me?" That's what children are asking their parents across America, because they don't believe they're going to come out alive. What picture are you going to use for me? We're supposed to be the protectors. We're supposed to be here for the kids. And so to my colleagues today who flew in town, came to work, got ready to argue, my question is, why did you come here at all? Why did you come here at all? If you're not here for the children, why don't you go to the funeral of the killer? Because that's the only place where the killer is being celebrated. We're here to get things done and protect our kids. What's your job? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Gorman seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that it's very effective for the children to have people on the other side of the aisle come in and accuse Republicans of being complicit in murder, and that we put our right to kill over others' right to live, to infer by rhetorical supposed questions, who are you here for? We must be here for the gunman, is an outrage. How dare you? You think we don't have hearts? It's just that when we look at the things that you're doing and you're trying to do to America, we've seen the carnage.
Louis Gohmert.
I mean, for heaven's sake, let's take example. Democrats control the major cities that have the worst murder rates. That's right. Your ideas have been shown to get people killed. Are you here for the murderers in Chicago, in Philadelphia, in these other major cities? Because you're wanting to do nationally what is being done by Democrats in those big cities. We care about people. We care about their lives.
We care about people.
And lives have been so trivialized. We care deeply. How dare you? How dare you? You arrogant people attributing murder to those of us that want to do things to stop it, because we've seen what your ideas do. They create more murder. Okay, let's look. Rochester, New York. These are cities that set the all-time high homicide rates in 2021. This is what you're shooting for, apparently, figuratively speaking. Rochester, New York, they had a record homicide rate of 80, not that big of a city. Philadelphia, 524 last year. And by the way, all of these are Democrat mayors. Louisville, Kentucky hit a high homicide rate. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Austin, Texas, Indianapolis, St. Paul, Portland, Albuquerque, Tucson, Columbus, Jackson, Mississippi, Atlanta, New Haven. Those are all Democrat ideas. They control. They've done so many of the things that Democrats in this committee want to do. We're not alleging you don't care. We're just telling you that your ideas have gotten people killed, not saved lives, for heaven's sake. And then you want to be arrogant and accuse us of murder and of not caring? We care. And if you could just possibly get off any kind of arrogant stepladder that allows you to look down on us and look back historically. Thomas Jefferson was not at the Constitutional Convention, but he said in a letter, if I could change one thing, it would be to require bills to be on file for a year before they're voted on, because he understood the mistakes that are made when you rush and make big decisions out of emotion. That's what we're trying to prevent so that we can save lives and keep people from being killed. For heaven's sake, I think back historically, we had a president in Franklin Roosevelt that on D-Day led the country in a 6 to 8 minute prayer for our troops. And now we had a president come on after Uvalde and he used God's name in vain. Most of us would consider it. It was used as an interjection, not as a source from whom to beg for wisdom, like this country did for most of our history. Since the 60s, we really started having these mass shootings. Perhaps there was something in the 60s, maybe some Supreme Court decisions that gave rise to people being taught in school, it's whatever you think feels good. Well, it's time to get common sense back and to look historically about where people are being murdered in record rates, and don't repeat that like the Democrats are trying to do. Let's do common sense things that will save lives. I'm out of time, so you're back.
Gentleman yields back for purposes. Ms. Scanlon, seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I do want to respond first to Mr. Gomer, and I'm sorry that he and many of his colleagues didn't think it was important enough to be here today. But I did want to respond to his allegation that Philadelphia's homicide
Well, the
rate
gentlelady
is...
yields,
No, I will
so
not.
I can explain
I will
why
not
I
yield.
couldn't get there by my
The
plane.
gentlelady does not yield.
Wow.
Gentlelady does not
What an
yield.
asshole.
Time is
I
yours.
waited for
I wanted to
hours.
Gentlelady does not
God,
yield.
look at this
I wanted to respond to
disrespectful,
Mr. Gomer's
misogynist
allegation that
fuck.
Philadelphia's homicide rate is the fault of Democratic leadership in that city. Apparently, he doesn't understand that the Commonwealth's Republican legislature, for decades, has blocked city leadership from passing the types of common sense gun safety laws we are considering today. So to the broader question, like most Americans, I am sickened and sick to death of the gun carnage we experience in this country every single day. I will not sit idly by watching preventable tragedies play out over and over again, day after day, year after year. Whether the children and teachers slaughtered in Texas last week, the community members murdered in Tulsa last night or Buffalo the week before, or the more than a dozen people gunned down in Philadelphia during the Memorial Day weekend. In cities and towns across the country, we are mourning too many people whose lives
Right,
have been
Nick?
cut short, including children whose lives had barely begun. We are not helpless here. We can change this. We can pass gun violence prevention laws that are constitutional and save lives. All it takes is political courage, a willingness to put Americans' lives above gun maker profits. Over 2 decades ago, after the Columbine shooting, I rejected
I like how they frame
helplessness
it.
and hopelessness.
It's
to
lives
organize
versus
members of my
profits, you know,
community
it's
to
not,
join
has
the
nothing to do with
Million
your
Mile March
freedom or
here
the
in
government
DC.
or anything like that.
Since then, I've supported groups like Moms Demand Action for Gun Safety and Ceasefire PA, and candidates
notice that?
who are willing to advocate for gun safety laws.
I could see
and
the
in
hypocrisy on
2018, I
both
came to
sides.
Congress along with many of my colleagues, sent here by our constituents to pass common sense gun violence prevention legislation. And I'm not alone. The majority of my constituents and fellow Americans have decided enough is enough as well. They're
Enough is
demanding action from federal and state lawmakers. Gun violence is a big, multifaceted problem, but doing nothing is not a solution. The profits of gun manufacturers cannot be worth more than the lives of our children, our neighbors, our teachers, our doctors, our seniors. The Protecting Our Kids Act will address some of the key enabling conditions for gun violence and make changes that are constitutional, that will make America safer, and that are supported by law enforcement. This is not about repealing the Second Amendment or taking away the guns of responsible gun owners. I want to echo Mr. Deutsch in reminding our colleagues of Justice Scalia's opinion in Heller, in which he said that like the other rights secured by the Bill of Rights, The right secured by the Second Amendment is not without limits. Or as other justices have noted, the Constitution is not a suicide pact. This bill before us is not about being pro-gun or anti-gun. It's about
Hey, Eddie.
desperately needing to stop gun violence. To my colleagues who oppose each and every common sense gun safety measure, do not insult Americans, our children, our teachers, or the memory of all those we have lost by offering thoughts and prayers with no action. Year after year, decade after decade, as the Bible tells us, faith without works is dead, and we are here to work. Do not insult Americans by offering hollow solutions like turning schools into armed fortresses when you won't spend the money to remove asbestos or lead from those schools. Do not insult Americans by advocating to arm teachers and guidance counselors and librarians when many of our schools don't have enough money to hire guidance counselors or librarians or enough teachers. And do not insult Americans by saying that fortifying schools is the solution when our children and the rest of us have to face the prospect of gunfire on the way to or from school and work, or the supermarket, or the hospital, or the movie theater, or our churches, mosques, and synagogues. I refuse to tell our children there's nothing we can do, that they must be sacrificial lambs to a twisted theory of armed Second Amendment liberty that is decoupled from personal responsibility. Our children know as well as we do that something can be done. We know it in our guts. Our children deserve to learn and grow in safety, and we have the power to give our kids a more hopeful and bright future. This weekend, America's National Youth Poet Laureate, Amanda Gorman, offered us a hymn in which she says, "May we choose our children over chaos. May another innocent never be lost." Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson of Louisiana seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard some really outrageous and even very revealing things today. Mr. Jones said several minutes ago that we Democrats are seeking to abolish the filibuster and expand and pack the Supreme Court. We'll do anything necessary, he said, and that's what we know this is about. On Monday, President Joe Biden looked into a camera and said that he wants to ban 9mm handguns. This is one of the most widely purchased and used handguns by the citizens, law-abiding citizens of this country. In 2018, retired liberal Supreme Court Justice John Paul Stevens called for the repeal of the Second Amendment. And in recent days, liberals in Hollywood and even on Capitol Hill have started to echo that drumbeat once again. Our colleagues have made some outrageous claims here in this hearing today, been listening since it started. They claim, for example, that raising the purchasing age for semi-automatic rifles and shotguns to 21 will reduce school shootings. But as has been noted, this action has already been ruled unconstitutional by the liberal U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit, no less, when they struck down a California law imposing similar restrictions on gun purchases for 18 to 20-year-olds.
Would the gentleman yield
Today,
for a moment?
I will not yield. Today, they've claimed that Republicans don't care about gun violence. We've heard this breathlessly over and over and over, and that's just outrageous. House Republicans have worked tirelessly to combat gun violence and have enacted meaningful laws to put more resources into mental health, to provide training for guidance counselors, to fund grants for law enforcement while the other side was trying to defund it, and provide money to harden schools. As has been noted today, President Biden apparently is not in favor of that idea. And that just seems crazy to anyone who looks at it objectively. Today, Democrats have claimed that gun-free school zones promote school safety, but arming teachers and school administrators would mean well-trained adults would be at the ready to protect themselves and the innocent children in their care. The depraved shooter in Buffalo a few weeks ago wrote in his manifesto, quote, "Areas where carrying a concealed weapon or outlawed or prohibited may be good areas of attack." Yeah, obviously. And of course, tragically, the elementary school in Uvalde banned people from carrying firearms. Yesterday, I interviewed for my podcast, Pastor YJ Jimenez. He's a pastor there on the ground who is ministering to the people of that West Texas community who have suffered from such unspeakable loss. His calming presence and clear conviction in national interviews has captured the attention of millions of Americans because he has spoken to the root causes for all this modern violence and bloodshed. America has a heart problem, he said, and he's exactly right. As Mr. Buck noted a few moments ago, what we're seeing right now is the results of decades of decline with the secularization of American society, the open assault on religion and morality and absolutes, and the breakdown of law and order. We're seeing the results of all this on young people in clinical settings, in the culture at large, and of course in our schools. And it's an inevitable result of decisions that we've made in this culture. Yesterday, a New York Times survey was published that found that 94% of school administrators today say that students are suffering from anxiety and depression, and 88% report that students are having trouble managing their emotions. You know, Thoreau said there are thousands hacking at the branches of evil, the one who is striking at the root. This hearing today was called for this hastily pulled together hodgepodge of Democrat bills that have been sitting on the shelf and will do nothing to solve the real problems at hand. This is hacking at branches for the simple purpose of making a show, while the root problems remain unaddressed. That's what we should be working on. That's what we intend to work on. That's what we will work on when the Republicans retake the majority. We'll address the root causes. I hope we can. God help us to do that. I'd like to yield my remaining time to Mr. Gomer if he desires that, to address the false claim that was just made about him. Mr. Gobert, are you still with us?
Yes, I am, and I appreciate my friend from Louisiana. I waited for hours at the DFW airport, but there were problems with the flight. That's why I'm not in D.C. But just like we've heard on so many other allegations, they're without basis, without knowledge. But one thing we've learned repeatedly, when Democrats accuse Republicans of things, whether it's colluding with Russia, it's often gaslighting and tells us more about what's in the conscience of the accusers. And I would also remind my colleagues, I didn't know in 2016, but when the Democrats took the House floor, they obstructed an official session of Congress, which is a felony. And that's what many of January 6ers were charged with. I yield back.
Yield back, thank you.
Gentleman yields back for the purposes. Gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be remiss if I didn't respond, at least briefly, to my colleague, Mr. Johnson. We have extended debates from time to time on the Constitution and our competing views of the constitutionality of different provisions, but I have to confess that I have seen Republicans do something today that I never thought I would ever see, which is apparently praising the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals and taking the position that a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decision is the final word on the constitutionality of a given provision. Of course, I've served on this committee long enough to remember my colleagues on the other side of the aisle complaining about the Ninth Circuit year after year after year and making the case that simply because the Ninth Circuit had ruled something unconstitutional did not mean as a dispositive matter that the statute in question was unconstitutional. But in any event, I'll digress. Mr. Chairman, I want to say—
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
I'll yield to the chairman, of course.
Yes, I simply want to point out that the so-called liberal Ninth Circuit that made that decision, the panel was composed of 2 Trump appointees who decided on the majority and 1 Clinton appointee in the minority, and other circuits have decided to the contrary. So talk about this so-called liberal Ninth Circuit is historical, but no longer the case. I yield back to the gentleman.
I thank the chairman. I agree. I think the chairman makes a salient point. And again, apparently the new standard for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is that a singular panel decision from the Ninth Circuit is the final word on the constitutionality of a given state statute. Notwithstanding the potential en banc consideration to follow or potentially an appeal to the Supreme Court. In any event, I want to say thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this critically important emergency hearing. Our hearts are broken for the children of Uvalde, Texas. They are broken for the people of Buffalo, New York, and they are broken for the countless Americans that are being murdered each and every day in our country. Mr. Chairman, as you well know, the level of gun violence in our country is not normal, and we cannot stand for it. It is time, long past time, for this Congress to finally act and to start saving lives. My home state of Colorado has experienced the pain and the tragedy of gun violence far too often. In 1999, I was 14 years old when my high school was put on lockdown because 10 miles away, 2 shooters had entered Columbine High School and murdered in cold blood 13 innocent teachers and students. From Columbine to a movie theater in Aurora to the STEM school in Highlands Ranch, and as was mentioned previously, to a grocery store in my community last year, where 10 innocent people were murdered at a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado. Countless lives lost, children, parents, Coloradans.
So it's interesting that I just told my mom, both the Democrats and the Republicans, they'll argue they're going to vote for it or they're going to vote against it, but they're not going to name specific parts in the bill and say this is what we do like or this is what we don't like about the bill, because they don't want you, even the people on the other side, they don't want you to know what's in these bills because they're always putting in bullshit.
From Sandy Hook to Uvalde, far too many communities have been plagued by the scourge of gun violence. As policymakers, we have the opportunity today to do our part in stopping this violence. We have got to do more. We have to act. And today, we are doing precisely that. The Protecting Our Kids Act makes common sense changes to our gun laws that'll save lives. The safe storage requirements, which we passed in Colorado last year, raising the age required to buy semi-automatic rifles from 18 to 21, another common sense measure that I've co-sponsored since I came to Congress. There is more that we can and we must do, and I will certainly keep pushing for the same every day, because Boulder can't wait any longer. Colorado can't wait any longer.
Boy.
And our country certainly can't wait
Damn it,
any
Jim.
longer.
I'm a
So I
doctor,
thank the
not a
chairman again
Christopher.
for bringing this bill up for markup today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7910 offered by Mr.
Chairman,
Shabbat.
I move that the amendment be considered as read.
I'll make that motion. The amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned in my opening statement, there are several ways in which I believe that we could work together to find some bipartisan solutions to this crisis. And this amendment is one of those possibilities. Following the shooting in Parkland, Florida, as I previously been, former Sheriff Congressman John Rutherford led a bipartisan group of members, including myself, in reauthorizing.
They're called PECs, son.
Our schools,
and I got them.
Mr. Chairman, I think somebody is unmuted out there that should mute.
Gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That program provides necessary funds to states and local school districts to strengthen security measures at schools across the country. The money can be used for metal detectors, for example. It can be used to adopt security plans. It can be used to train school officials. It can be used to help to identify students who have mental health issues and get those students the treatments that they need, among other things. And oftentimes, teachers can be trained both on how to identify those students who may ultimately become dangerous with or without a weapon, or also how these particular incidents ought to be handled. You know, how doors can be locked and kept locked, and a whole range of other ways to make our schools safer. One of the additional items the grants could be used for is hiring school resource officers to help protect our schools. In particular, I think that we should be looking to hire retired police officers. And following Parkland, I met with the head of our local FOP here in Cincinnati, and that was his suggestion, and that was the reason that I had initially offered this and why I've been pushing for this since that time. And we'd like to see that expanded, not just retired police officers, but also honorably discharged military personnel. And they could also serve as resource officers where needed. I know for certain that there are at least a handful of school districts in my district in the greater Cincinnati area that either cannot find any school resource officers or cannot find as many as they'd like to hire because of lack of available personnel that have the necessary training. Obviously, I won't name those districts or those schools and expose any potential security vulnerabilities, but I'm sure that if this problem exists in Cincinnati, it exists in other parts of the country as well. Fortunately, we have a fairly expansive group of highly trained security experts readily available, and that's our retired police officers and honorably discharged military personnel. Placing highly trained and professional individuals in our schools is one of the easiest and safest methods to bolster school security. And no one is better trained and better equipped to handle potential school shootings than those folks, the police officers and military personnel.
Because the police officers in Uvalde did such a great job.
Local school districts should consider employing retired officers.
Yeah, nobody's
military
better equipped to follow their example.
Where it's appropriate as school resource officers. Hiring retired police officers and retired military personnel to provide school security is a common sense step to better secure our schools, and it could be achieved almost immediately. Most importantly, doing so could go a long way towards protecting our students who are in school to learn, not to become victims. Mr. Chairman, our nation's schools have become soft targets for any would-be killer who has gotten access to a gun. We even advertise with a sign that the murderer-to-be will be the only person on the scene with a gun. It's almost like a welcome mat. We need to do a better job of protecting both students and teachers and other personnel at our schools, because they're all vulnerable from those frequently and unfortunately increasingly frequent threats. Adopting this common sense amendment would be a significant step, I believe, in the right direction. And it's something we could do right now. And I think this is something that really would make a difference, because hopefully we will be, if this passes and is part of the bill, members will read the bill. Members can reach out to school districts and schools in their own communities and make them aware that this money is available for them to harden the schools. That would actually accomplish something. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on a point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. This amendment is based on the belief that the way to protect students is to have a good guy with a gun, as Republicans often say, to stop the bad guy with a gun. But I believe that phrase was coined by the multi-million-dollar gun lobby's dealer, Wayne LaPierre, after a shooter killed 20 little children in Newtown, Connecticut. For the past 10 years, we've seen time and again that concept has been proven wrong. A catchy saying designed to hide the truth that Republicans refuse to help protect Americans from people we all agree should not be allowed to possess a weapon, as we're hearing today. In Uvalde, there were 7 good guys with guns, and they didn't feel they could go stop that bad guy. The gunman in Buffalo killed a good guy with a gun. We've tested that theory. And there's 31 dead people in these 2 attacks alone.
We tested that theory, yeah, because it didn't work one time, so that's the test.
Texas is
what is
filled
that,
with
science?
good guys with guns. Texas laws are so pro-gun lobby that companies need to swear they won't discriminate against the firearm industry. In Texas, there are over 8,600 federally regulated licensed firearm dealers, and according to RAND, 37% of Texan adults lived in a household with a firearm between 2007 and 2016. Again, Texas is filled with good guys with guns, but that couldn't save the lives of those 19 children and 2 teachers. It's time to try something new. Republicans are the same people who told us that more good guys with guns keep kids safe. Then they told us that armed officers in schools would keep kids safe. Then they told us more shooter drills would solve the problem. Then they told us again that armed officers in schools would solve the problem. Each time they've been proven wrong. Children have been murdered. How many children have to die before we stop taking them seriously?
This is the dumbest argument I've ever heard.
In the wrong direction, and I therefore oppose it.
Whoever wrote that was a moron.
Back. Who seeks recognition?
Horrible argument, dude.
No one. For what purpose does Mr. Swalwell seek recognition?
Next, they're going to tell us that only assault weapons assault people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I understand the sentiment that Mr. Shabbat is bringing to this. I'm the son of a retired police officer. I have two brothers who are police officers, and our law enforcement family is just horrified by what happened at Uvalde.
Yeah.
It's also unconscionable that police officers waited outside of a classroom as children were being slaughtered and 911 calls were being made from inside that classroom, pleading for their lives. But what we have come to see across America is that our law enforcement are just outgunned. We're a country of unrestricted weaponry that continues to put the most dangerous weapons in the hands of the most dangerous people. So we could hire 100,000 retired police officers, but if we are a country that has over 100 million assault rifles, they're just outgunned. And that's what we saw in Uvalde, and tragically in 2016 in Dallas, Texas, 5 brave police officers, SWAT-trained police officers, were murdered by a killer with an assault rifle. So I think we've debunked the idea that the answer to a killer with an assault rifle is to have more, quote unquote, good guys with guns. The good guys with guns are outgunned by the bad guys that we've given guns in our country. And so that's why we're addressing the root of the problem here with these 6 pieces of legislation. And with that, I'm going to yield to my colleague from Rhode Island, Mr. Sicily.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'd just like to add a couple of thoughts. And the first is, I don't think there is a single incident, and maybe there's one, but I've not found one, of an assailant using an assault weapon that was stopped by a person with a gun. So this is maybe there's one of the thousands and thousands and thousands of shootings. But the truth of the matter is, school resource officers are an important response to school safety. I was a mayor of a city, we hired school resource officers. But what I also know is it requires special training to be a school resource officer, and it's up to local communities to decide where that's appropriate, what schools they want to use school resource officers in. And so having someone who's a retired police officer or someone who used to be in the Army may not actually be the best person to be in that position. And in addition to that, I think the COPS program that you reference here requires the hiring of police officers. And so I think we're urging the sense of Congress is actually to violate the requirements of the COPS program. So I don't think internally the amendment can work. The COPS program is specifically for police officers. I think there are good reasons that it be current police officers who are current training, who really understand what a school resource officer does. It's not about just plunking down a law enforcement person in a school. And I do think it creates the impression that that's the source of gun violence in schools. It's not. So I strongly support the chairman's position and oppose the amendment, and yield back to the gentleman from California.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Massey seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, the Democrats, I don't know if they're just in willful ignorance of what happens in this country or they're being deceptive today, but I would like to introduce into the record a list of cases where concealed handgun permit holders have likely stopped mass public shootings. This is from crimeresearch.org. It was published May 27th, 2022.
Without objection.
I'll read from this list, and I'm going to run out of time, but I'll try to make each of these summaries brief because there are dozens of instances. Even though the media doesn't want to report them, sometimes they get reported. Just this week, last week, May 25th, 2022, Charleston, West Virginia. Here, a man with an extensive criminal history started firing an AR-15 style firearm into a crowd. Fortunately, a woman who was legally carrying a gun was there to stop the attack. She shot the attacker. It ended before anybody got hurt. South Fulton, Georgia, May 3rd, 2022. A teenager started firing his gun at multiple people. There was a large number of people present at the park because of an anti-violence riot. South Fulton, Georgia, this comes from a news report. Meadows said, the men involved in the shootout with Hambrick have been cooperative and will likely not be charged since the teenager fired the first shot. After having reviewed most of the witnesses' statements, it appears that the descendant Mr. Hambrick discharged his weapon first, and as a result of that, there was an exchange of gunfire between him and two individuals, good guys with the gun. Portland, Oregon, February 19th, 2022. Homeowner allegedly confronted participants at a racial justice demonstration Saturday night before pulling out a handgun and shooting multiple people in the crowd, leaving one woman dead and several others injured. The shooting ended when a person with the group of demonstrators who is licensed to conceal carry a firearm fired back, striking the homeowner in the hip. Again, a good guy with a gun stops the shooting. Lancaster, Pennsylvania, October 17th, 2021. On Sunday, October 17th, 4 people were injured after a fight between two teenagers at Lancaster Park. City Center Mall escalated into a shooting this past weekend. A 16-year-old who was illegally carrying a gun started the shooting. But it could have been much worse were it not for concealed handgun permit holder. A bystander armed with a gun intervened in the shooting one of the participants. The unidentified bystander who legally possessed the firearm had heard gunshots related to the fight between two males that knew each other, police said. The bystander remained on the scene until security and police arrived. Syracuse, New York, August 31st, 2021. The district attorney credited a property manager with saving the lives of several individuals after he pulled out a legally possessed 9mm handgun, the very gun that Joe Biden wants to ban, and fatally wounded a man who opened fire on a crowd outside a building. San Antonio, Texas, August 11, 2021. A woman who crashed into a parked car in San Antonio's West Side neighborhood climbed out of her vehicle and began shooting indiscriminately at people who came out of their homes and rushed to aid her. The armed resident fired back and shot the driver to death, ending the violent threat to the neighborhood. And that was a good guy with a gun, or good gal with a gun sometimes. Fort Myers, Florida, July 22nd, 2021. A man who was a convicted felon and illegally possessing a gun fired multiple shots into a crowd before a bystander returned fire. When the bystander confronted the attacker, he stopped attacking and threw his gun in a parking lot. Fortunately, no one was injured in the attack. Chicago, Illinois, July 4th, 2021. It seems likely that if the concealed handgun permit holder hadn't intervened in this case, there would have been at least 3 deaths instead of just the one woman. Arvada, Colorado, June 21st, 2021. The attacker and 2 other people were killed in this attack. A Good Samaritan who was killed in a shooting in Alvarado, Colorado. He did not hesitate. He didn't stand there and think about it. He totally heard the gunfire, went to the door, saw the shooter, and immediately ran in that direction. I just want to make sure his family knows how heroic he was. Toronto said he witnessed Hurley confront the gunman. Mr. Hurley shot him. I think I heard 6 shots from his gun, maybe 5. Police chief said Hurley is a true hero who likely disrupted what could have been a larger loss of life. I'm running out of time, but Fort Smith, Arkansas, May 15th, 2021, Zachary Arnold, 26, fatally shot Lois Hicks, 87, in her apartment, then began shooting at other people in neighborhood apartments. Wallace A. West, 58, used a rifle, not a concealed handgun, to stop the attack. Metairie, Louisiana, February 20th, 2021, having murdered 2 people and wounded a couple of others, it's clear that the attacker intended to kill as many people as possible. The quick response by people with concealed handgun permits stopped the attack. I could go on forever. I'm submitting this document. Hopefully my colleagues who sit here and keep saying that a good guy with a gun never stops a bad guy with a gun will read this document. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back for the purposes. Gentlelady from Texas.
Interesting, wasn't it?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I always look forward to working with the gentleman from Ohio, and I recognize the intent behind this legislation. I would offer to him that the very essence of his amendment is already covered. There's already opportunity to do that for school districts to define who they bring into their school. I think it's worthy to take note of the fact that the Robb Elementary School had a good guy with a gun that was nowhere to be found.
Oh, so
Tragic.
It'll never work. Someone
It's
failed,
worthy to understand
so
that
it'll never work. You know, a seatbelt didn't
Good
save
guys
someone's
with
life,
guns
so we should not wear seatbelts anymore.
can wind
You know,
up killing.
Someone who never smoked cigarettes
A little
before
girl
got lung cancer.
going to
So
dinner
everyone should just
in
go smoke
Houston.
cigarettes. You
Some
know,
good
it's like,
guy who was
the
robbed
reasoning doesn't make sense
way
at all.
out of the way began to chase her vehicle driven by her dad, and shot at it. She is dead. So no matter how we try to circumvent, to protect our kids, good guys with guns that can already be handled by school districts and other entities clearly is not the answer. Why are we running away?
Clearly is not the answer.
From
Why?
the crux of the
Just get us
matter.
right on. I like that.
Why are we running away from 19 dead children and 2 beloved teachers and her husband who just died of a broken heart? Why are we running away
That's sad.
from Buffalo, white supremacists, hatefulness, and a good guy with a gun, which has been mentioned? But there was body armor and an automatic weapon. Why are we running away from this style weapon as being unnecessary on the streets of America? Why are we running away from bump stocks that helped kill 59 in Las Vegas? Why are we running away? Or am I to not be concerned about my officers, HPD? This is the real ghost gun that shot my police officers in Houston. Why are we running away from this? I appreciate the gentleman's effort. You'll hear me again. The police have told you that what we're doing is correct.
Look what I found.
Chiefs, ban bump stock. Reinstate the assault weapons ban.
Reprieve.
Ban high-capacity magazines. Everything that we're intending to do. My good friend in Ohio said, I said we're not finished. You're absolutely right. We're planting the seeds, not hysteria, planting the seeds. I'm standing on good ground. I'm siding with Justice Scalia in the Heller case. Why? Because he indicates there's no unlimited use of guns. He clearly said, or the opinion, along with Miller, find support in the historical tradition of prohibiting the carrying of dangerous and unusual weapons. These are dangerous and unusual.
No, they aren't.
Someone asked me, are you against all assault weapons? Well, there's a long list in the assault weapons legislation that we're thinking about that are exempted. It's not all of them.
Then what good is that?
That's why I argue for a 7-day waiting period on automatic weapons.
Oh, see? You
But
go
it's
after
good
one thing, but
for
they'll
my
just go buy
friend-
another one.
my other
And in
friend from
7
Ohio.
days, you'll get another mass shooting.
Chabot.
It doesn't
to talk
even.
about what schools
it's
need
the,
to do.
It's a hilarious.
They're going to be looking at schools.
Non-attempt.
There's a long document that I will hold up about school security that we've already put forward on the federal level. They have a monster load of plans. But a good guy with a gun was missing in action at the elementary school as the parents are crying and saying. A mother said she was blocked from going in to get her children. She went around the school and broke in. We'll get more facts about that, but the issue is there are tools. But why are we sidestepping the crux of our problem? The fact that guns are not stored, the fact that there are ammunition that should be restrained, the facts that we have trafficking, that the age is ludicrous, and that's why the parents have asked me over and over again, why was an 18-year-old getting a gun? And the grandmother who saw this child get it, his gun was not stored or locked up. Maybe he bought it, but maybe the parents should have had the key. They did not, or maybe when he bought it, there should have been some devices for storing. So again, I'm not going to say anything about Mr. Chabot's amendment other than it can already be done. And it's not on the crux of what we're doing today. Mr. Cabot sent out a message for them to utilize existing law. But you are moving away from what we're dealing with. The killing with these guns and munition needing to pass the Protect Kids Act. We need to pass it now. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose is Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Sorry, last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I would yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Chabot.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. The good guys with the guns here that we're talking about are retired police officers. These are the most highly trained people with weapons that a community can possibly have. These are people that we've trusted to keep us safe, keep our families safe in the past, generally for 25 years or so. These men and women retire oftentimes in their early 50s or so, and they're able to work. Many of them work another 15, even 20 years. It just seems to make sense that places that I think we all agree we need to protect, that's schools, and most importantly, the precious lives within those schools, both the students and the teachers, that you have the best, most highly trained people of all to protect them, and that's the police officers. Now, we've expanded it to also retired and former military personnel who are honorably discharged. Now, you can have people involved in the military that have problems as well and left under unhonorable circumstances. We're not talking about those folks. We're talking about folks, both our police officers and our military personnel, that our tax dollars have paid for to train to have this expertise. Why not use this expertise for a decade or even 2 decades to protect the most important resources that we have in this country, and that's our children. I'm a former school teacher myself. I taught the 7th and 8th grade in an inner city school. It's been quite a few years ago, and we were fortunate that we didn't have one of these types of incidences occur while I was a teacher there. And most schools don't have that happen, but unfortunately far too many do. And what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have proposed today are a number of items. Many of them will ultimately be declared unconstitutional, or almost identical cases have already been declared to be unconstitutional, yet that's what they're pushing ahead here. I'm simply suggesting that we make it more that we let people that could actually get these folks to protect our children within their schools, give them more information about it, make it more known to them that this is available, and that these resources are there. There's other things, of course, that we can do to protect the children in those schools too. It's not just police officers. That's an important part of it, but there are other parts of it. And again, I want to compliment John Rutherford, a former sheriff, one of our colleagues from Florida, who had a lot of experience in this area as former law enforcement himself, for pushing not just the police officers, but also metal detectors as an option, more training for the teachers to try to identify those troubled students who might ultimately somewhere down the road participate in some sort of incident like this, where they target fellow students or younger students or anybody for that matter. That makes sense. It also makes sense to train our teachers and our administrative personnel is that when you have a circumstance like this that's happening, what's the best way that you can do to save lives? So all of those things are important. Those are things that we can and are doing right now, but we can do a lot more. And I would suggest, my colleagues, rather than opposing this, which I think is a very common sense thing, which would actually make a difference, I'd say you ought to adopt this and make at least something good in this bill. And I'm willing to discuss some of the other things that my Democratic colleagues have proposed here. But overall, as a package, I just don't think it's helpful. I think it focuses on, well, we've done something, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to make anybody any safer, especially since a lot of it's going to be probably thrown out as being unconstitutional in any event. We know this is constitutional. We know that tax dollars are already going to this. Let's let schools be more aware.
So this is Republican legislation that they're trying to pass to strengthen schools? Is that what's going on? We lost the volume, guys.
Mr. Chairman,
there
I
we go.
cannot hear him.
We lost his audio and we're waiting for it to be restored, and we've stopped.
They were muted. Okay. I was wondering. He lost his audio.
Mr. Shedd, now you can be heard. Okay, proceed.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly where it dropped off at, but I pretty much concluded. I would just urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Interesting. So this is
Gentleman
Republican
yields back for
legislation,
purposes of gentlelady from Texas seek recognition. Ms. Escobar.
Mr.
and the Democrats
I
don't
move
want
to
it.
strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Is that what's going on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
just now
I first want to
catching on
say
what's
that my
going on.
heart goes out to
Oh my
Buffalo,
God!
Uvalde, Tulsa, and the innumerable communities like my own of El Paso, Texas, communities that have suffered the
got that
carnage
Joker
and trauma of gun violence. I've been listening to my Republican colleagues on this committee for the last 2 hours as they desperately try to rationalize their inaction and their unwillingness to support our legislation. I'd like to speak directly to the American public. Let's be very clear about what the two sides are actually arguing for.
Okay.
Republicans are trying to convince you that anyone who wants a gun should have unfettered access to one.
No, they're
Whether
not.
you want to take a weapon of war into a state
Well,
that
see, that's a
outlaws
lie,
them,
and that's not
whether you
true. And-
want to be
and I wish
armed
there
with
could
a
be
ghost
someone to
gun,
say, "Wait,
or
stop,
whether
you're
an
lying."
18-year-old
It's
who
not
wants
what
an
they're saying.
assault-style weapon, but who isn't even old enough to drink. You're hearing it over and over.
Orca,
this
no
morning.
free rides for her.
They believe that the only way to solve our gun crisis is by flooding our neighborhoods with more guns.
That's
If
not
you
what
want a
they're
glimpse at
saying.
the kind of dark vision they have for
Wow.
America, just look at my state of Texas.
She's
which is
just
a perfect
lying, man.
example of
She's
what they
making
want.
stuff up.
In
And this is
Texas,
a-
after the slaughter in El Paso, the governor, Greg Abbott,
This is a Democrat.
promised to change our laws. And he did. He loosened them in
This
order
is
to
not
move
helping
closer
their
to the dark
cause
vision
when they
today's
just make
Republican
something
Party
up
has
like
for America.
Republicans want to solve
In
this by
Texas,
flooding
the
your
age for
city with
access to
more
certain
guns.
was lowered.
Yeah, that, I haven't
from
heard a single
21 to
Republican say
18.
that.
In Texas,
They say some crazy
you
shit,
can now open
and she could
carry.
attack them on all that
In
stuff.
Texas, you
Instead, she
don't
just
need
makes
training.
something
in
up.
Texas, you don't need a license.
It's
And mind
unrelatable,
you, this is in
and it
Texas,
takes all the
where
wind out
law
of their
enforcement
sails.
begged the
She's a
state
liability,
not
this
to do
one.
this. And where many school districts have their own police force already, including the school district in Uvalde. Once again, proving that a good guy with a gun mostly doesn't stop a bad guy.
Oh,
with a
proving
gun,
mostly.
especially when that
What those
bad
two
guy
words
has
don't
high-capacity
jive.
magazines and
Did it
an
prove it or
assault-style
not?
weapon.
Mostly? You didn't
The
prove
guns
anything
my
mostly.
Republican colleagues want in our neighborhoods don't just pierce flesh.
Psychotic. I mean,
they destroy it.
she doesn't even try
They
to
shatter
hide
muscle,
her
shatter bones,
narrative.
shatter nerves. Their vision of America is one where everyone has a gun. And you heard one of my Republican colleagues describe the Wild West shootouts happening across America as though he's perversely proud of this. The other solution they want is to ensure every public location is hardened. And then we continue on this spiral of violence that is as unique to America as these deadly gun laws are. Not only did none of Greg Abbott's looser gun laws prevent more mass shootings in Texas, but his approach has hastened them. And my Republican colleagues will continue to blame everything else. They'll blame mental illness, video games, single parents, the list goes on and on. But what's the common denominator in gun violence attacks?
Guns.
It's the guns.
It's always guns.
Democrats aren't asking
What's the
for
common
anything
denominator
unreasonable,
in
and
drunken
fact,
driving
we're following
accidents?
The lead of the American
It's the
public.
cars.
I'm following the lead of the majority of my constituents, as well as the victims of gun violence after the August 3rd, 2019
It's a horrible
shooting
argument,
in El Paso.
man. You take the
who have
wind out of her
told me
sails
over and over
on every
again
single
they
point that
want
she
us
has
to
made.
do our job. Americans are tired of their children
And there's
dying.
Democrats out there who
Americans
make
are
much more
tired of
sense
being
than
afraid
she's
to go
making.
into grocery stores, outdoor concerts, and now hospitals.
If she says anything that
To
makes
my
sense, let me know. I'm going to
Republican
grab a
colleagues,
cafefe.
Look at Texas, a state that has tried it your way. There's blood everywhere. To the American people, there is an extremism that has gripped the Republican Party. They're addicted to it. They're slaves to it. They post ghoulish photos of themselves with weapons of war and use it as their Christmas cards. They photograph their children with those weapons. They participate in congressional hearings virtually adorned with them. As they continue with their destructive behavior, it's up to serious legislators to listen to the public, do our job, make people safe. I'd love for Republicans to join us, but when they do not, the American public must take heed of which party protects them, protects law enforcement, and protects their children, and which party chooses its ghoulish obsession over all else. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentle lady yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Biggs?
Gentle lady yields back.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is
Strike
recognized.
the last word.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Strike.
I appreciate the Ms. Jackson Lee, who reminded us that the crux of today's hearing is to protect children at schools. And I think that is really important. And I think the reason that Mr. Shabat's amendment is so important, and the reason I support it, is because it does get at the crux
Republican.
of why we're here today, whereas the 6 bills that are rolled into the Democrats' bill today doesn't get at that. It just doesn't, it simply doesn't get at that. When you add retired police officers and honorably discharged retired veterans to the folks that can come in and help defend schools,
Can anyone look up this bill and find out what the points are of it for me,
increasing
please?
the likelihood that somebody who wants to attack them will be deterred. As Mr. Johnson of Louisiana previously recited today, the manifesto written by the shooter from Buffalo
That coffee's been there for a while.
said that he was effectively looking for gun-free zones. What a school police officer presence would do would provide deterrence. And really, that is the crux of what we're talking about here today. How do you deter criminally violent people from going in and committing mass shootings and mass murders? So it seems to me perfectly rational to adopt the Shabat amendment. Now, I will add to some of the times that people.
So they should just call this the good guy with a gun
people
amendment.
with guns do stop bad people, criminally evil people from committing heinous crimes.
Right when I said it.
The Department of Justice has done studies, and one of their studies said that on average, about 1.5 million times a year, people with guns stop violent, heinous acts.
Okay, I need to see this
In other words, they
legislation.
deter and save lives. They deter violence and save lives. That's what Mr. Shabat's amendment gets to.
Shavitz,
I
Mr.
think
Shavitz
of,
amendment.
A guy named Stephen Williford. He was the guy who stopped the mass shooting in its act in Sutherland Springs, Texas. I had a chance to visit with him with several other members of Congress. He said his biggest regret was that it took him 30 seconds or so to get his weapon out of his gun safe to go over and engage the demonic gunman at Sutherland Springs. He believed that had he been able to get over there even 30 seconds sooner, he would have saved 4 or 5 lives.
Shavitz.
That's important to put these things in context.
Jason Shavitz.
The reality is, we know
Utah's third.
that people with guns and their presence deters bad actors. Does it deter all bad actors? No, but it does deter bad actors. And it deters angry, malevolent people with murderous intent. That's why Mr. Shabat's amendment is so important. It actually adds to and expands the pool of people who are qualified to come in and help defend our schools. So if the crux of this is really to deter people who will shoot up schools and provide safety, and I believe that's what we're talking about here today, then this amendment is wholesale and whole on and should be adopted. But if the crux of today's hearing is something different, the way the gentleman from New York was talking about, and actually several others have talked about, is it's really to ultimately lay the predicate for taking away the Second Amendment and taking away guns, whether they be an AR-15 or whether they be a 9mm handgun. Well, then that's an entirely different matter, and that should be resolved in a completely different hearing. But if you're talking about deterrence, then Mr. Shabat's amendment should be adopted, and that's why I support it. And with that, Mr. Chairman,
I can't find it on the internet.
I yield
dude.
back.
I can't find this amendment. It's so, they wrote it so
The gentleman
quick.
yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson of Georgia seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we're here for the children, for the kids. We're talking about protecting our kids.
Yeah, how are you going to
from
protect your kids
out
if
of
you don't have
control
a semi-automatic rifle
gun violence in
against,
America.
I
You
don't
know,
know,
it was
another country that comes in and tries to
almost
invade
10
you,
years ago,
or
December
a police
the
force that's
14th of
corrupt?
2012,
How are you going to protect your
when
kids?
Sandy Hook
It's
took
kind of
place.
hypocritical, isn't it?
20-year-old
We are here to protect
armed
the
with
kids.
a
Kids
assault
have been
weapon
protected with guns for a long
murdered
time.
20 children between the ages
you know,
of 5 and 6.
I might even say
and killed 6 teachers.
more kids have been protected with guns than
at that
kids who have been
time,
killed by them. I'm just going to throw that
Head
one
of
out
the
there.
NRA,
That's just
Wayne
me doing this.
LaPierre, uttered words that Republicans continue to march to today, and that is that the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. It hasn't worked in the schools since Sandy Hook. I watched last week, the nation watched a press conference, Governor Abbott of Texas recounting what allegedly occurred at the school where 19 more children murdered by a guy with a long gun, an 18-year-old. And Governor Abbott was interrupted by my former colleague, Beto O'Rourke, who was just frustrated at what he was hearing. You see, the governor was not telling the truth.
He wasn't frustrated at what he was hearing. That was planned. He did that on purpose. He did that for votes, for notoriety,
school resource officer,
to get his name out there. It was a political stunt.
Tried to stop.
And you're sitting here trying to act like that wasn't a political stunt. That's hilarious.
Not to be true.
He was. I know how he was feeling inside.
Wearing white
and he just couldn't take it anymore.
With guns.
Beto, he couldn't take it anymore.
They weren't able to
He had to stand
stop
up right then and there and say something.
that 18-year-old with a more powerful weapon than the one that they had. And so today, we're talking about reining in this out-of-control gun violence, which prevents our children from being able to feel secure as they go to school. You know, over the last 10 years, we've had a series of events in this nation where there have been good guys with guns who weren't able to stop the bad guys. 2 weeks ago in Buffalo, New York, 10 people murdered, including an armed security guard and former police officer.
It's Buffalo, right?
Who shot at the gunman, but the gunman had a bigger gun than he had. And he was this brave.
And you want to take those
police
big guns
officer
away.
put his life on the line, and we thank him for that.
Maybe your police officer should have had a
But
big
he
gun.
lost his life trying to protect others. Bad guy with a gun, 1. Good guy with a gun, 0. In 2017, police and security guards were present both at the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival in Las Vegas and in the hotel.
You know, you're
where
going
the
to rack
shooter
all
was
this up.
perched and
How many
carried
bad
out
guys have been killed by police
that
officers?
mass murder, 58 people killed and
You know?
over 800 injured. Bad guy with a gun, 2. Good guy with a
2.
gun, 0.
No, not
In
0.
2016,
Good guys
at the
with guns
Pulse
kill a
nightclub
lot of bad guys with guns. Happens
Orlando,
every
an
day.
armed security guard
You guys
shot
don't
at
even.
the
You
gunman
guys
before
won't
the
even keep
gunman
track of the numbers
went into
that
the
your
club,
police officers
ultimately killing
federally
49
go out, let
people.
alone
Bad
locally
guy with a gun,
or
3.
nationally go around killing
Good guy
people.
with a gun,
You guys don't even
0.
keep track of the numbers.
In 2018, a
So
shooter
we can't even
killed
just
10
look it
people
up.
at Santa
How
Fe
many
High School
how many
in
people were
Texas,
shot by police
even though
officers?
there were
I
2
don't know.
officers who were
Last
on
year,
site.
I don't know. Year before, I
And
don't
one
know.
was
We don't keep
wounded
track of those
trying to
numbers.
stop the gunman.
What?
Bad guy with a gun, 4.
Oh, 4.
Good guy with a gun, 0.
He's at 4.
We've listened to my colleagues on the other side.
You would think that police
recount
officers had never done
a
anything with the
series
gun
of
ever.
Situations
They were never
where
able to achieve a
individuals
single thing, right?
armed with
Listen to this guy.
handguns, protecting
good guy with a gun's
themselves and
never
the lives
achieved
of
anything.
others were successful. And I can't argue with that other than to point out that
Hey,
they didn't do it
Representative
with
Hank
assault
Johnson.
weapons.
Hey, man, When you go out to your
It will-
limousine today
it
to
had
go
handguns.
home, who's going to be accompanying you? And will he be a
Earlier
good guy
in
with a gun?
2018, a school resource officer
You know, when those
was on the campus
Secret
at
Service
Marjorie
agents
Stoneman Douglas High
post
School
outside your home or wherever
in
you're going out in
Parkland, Florida,
public,
but
make sure that people are cool,
he
check
couldn't
people out
stop.
around you and stuff.
The
Or
gun
are those
was
good guys
killing
with guns?
17 high schoolers.
What a
Bad
hypocrite!
guy with a gun 5, good guy with a gun 0.
He's only not 0. He's lies every time he
When
says
will
0.
we stop relying upon this failed notion that the only thing that stops bad guys is good guys? Congress can stop
That other guy before
some
that
bad
gave
guys with some good
all
legislation,
the
and that's what we're here
incidences
to
where
do
somebody
today.
with a gun stopped crime. He's ignoring all of that. He's acting like that guy never
Jeremy
even
is back for
spoke.
purposes
It's
of
so
Mr. Royce's
weird.
recognition.
It's like he's in like his own little tiny little bubble, and it's like an astronaut helmet, and it's tied around his throat like really tight. He can't breathe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And
I'll more
it's
to
gotten to
say
his head.
on the
He's
underlying
stupid
measure
in that little
in a
bubble.
little bit. I just wanted to make a couple of comments.
This is going to be interesting.
Just because there's been a lot of reference to what did or did not occur
Texas Republican.
in Uvalde. The district I represent does not contain Uvalde. It borders Texas 21.
Uvalde.
I know a lot of the people in the community in Uvalde.
I was calling it Uvalde. Uvalde.
And including some of the folks involved. I got a phone call last Tuesday because I had been trading messages with the mayor of Uvalde, and then we missed each other. And so then I just asked the mayor what was happening. And the mayor texted me, and I was pulling it up here, and he said, well, this is before we knew anything. The reports weren't out. He said, the reports show it looks like 18 to 20 young kids. The quote, asshole shot them and stacked them like firewood. We've all been reeling since then, knowing what that meant to a community, a close-knit community like Uvalde.
You say he looks like the colonel
and
from
it's horrific, and it's
Kentucky
the
Fried
face of
Chicken.
evil. I don't know whether or not a resolution or a sense of Congress by my friend from Ohio will make significant difference. But I do know I appreciate what the gentleman is trying to focus on, which is how do we
submitted for
how
your
do we
pleasure.
prevent
Let us smoke as if
bad
it were a
actors
treasure.
from carrying out
Cheers,
bad
everybody.
acts? And then what do we do in that? And how do we respond to it? There's a lot of commentary going on about what police did or didn't do in the school in Uvalde. And I would just ask for members to respect the process of looking through and determining the facts before we pass judgment. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, made the point that there are still a lot of unknown facts, and there's still investigations underway, state, federal, and local.
Really? I know enough facts to make a
accounts,
judgment.
even in
They're
the
all a bunch
last
of pussies.
2 days.
Shut up. They're all a bunch
We
of
saw
pussies.
yesterday, for example,
And
the
so
day
are you for
before,
defending them.
The report of the propped open door by the teacher
Fucking pig lover.
turned out not to be exactly accurate. The door had been propped open, or at least the facts as I currently understand it, the door had been propped open.
Can you believe this guy?
When the teacher went out, that was a violation of protocol. no
He's
doubt.
spending his
But then
time
when she
to
heard
defend
gunfire,
the pigs
allegedly
who
went
let
in
19
and knocked the
children
prop
get
out.
slaughtered
But
in
then the door
his
did
state.
not. All right, well,
Oh,
that's
not
a
his
fact
state, my bad,
that
right?
I don't even know.
Or was that
Like,
Texas?
Go pursue that fact. My point
I
is,
can't remember the state. I can't.
the entire country
It was Texas, right?
Then saying, well, what's
It was
wrong with
Texas.
this?
In his state.
Teacher who propped this door, and then that caused. Well, then imagine, and I happen to know some facts.
This is how
about
he's
this,
using
what that
his
meant
valuable
to that
time.
teacher when everybody's
Speaking
out
to millions of
across
Americans.
America, saying how blaming her, and then now focus on the police and blaming 19 cops or 7 cops or 3 cops. I get a different quote from every person talking about it, standing in the hallway like they're sitting around their thumb up their rear while bad things are happening. Well, that's not true. Fully based on what I understand from.
Oh, I thought you wanted to wait till all the
I'm not
facts
here to
before you
defend
started
officers
making
on the scene.
judgments. Isn't that
I'm
funny?
not
How
here to
hypocritical.
criticize the officers
Now
on
he's
the
telling
scene.
you what he
I'm
thinks
here to say
happened.
that let's wait on the damn
now he's going to tell you what he thinks happened.
because
That's
these
funny.
are people, and we ought to be making sober judgments about what actually occurred and making policy accordingly. Because what if the hardening and the steel doors were actually part of the difficulty of entering? What if the key wasn't accessible and there
You know,
wasn't
what if
appropriate,
Osama bin Laden
time
had an
and training for
inside
getting the key?
man?
I don't know.
This
There are a lot of
freaking
facts that I'm
idiot.
still waiting to reserve judgment on. I would just ask that our colleagues, both sides of the aisle, to be honest, but I've heard it from my Democratic colleagues today making judgments about cops standing there. And I don't believe that was true for the vast majority of the law enforcement on the scene who are trying to get access to and try to protect those kids. And they don't deserve to be lumped into one group. We can make determinations about who made what decisions when the reports come out and then pass judgment accordingly. But we're still getting reports and facts on that. I feel really strongly about that. And I believe that no matter where this occurs in the country, get the facts and then figure out policy. There have been a number of things that have been raised about AR-15s. And I don't know how much time I have left because I don't have a clock in front of me, and I apologize for not being in person. I couldn't get a flight to work out for me this morning as I intended. And I have more to say about it, but you know, a lot is being said about the AR-15, about being a weapon of war and what all it can do. And that, you know, going through concrete, going through cinder blocks and, you know, ripping people apart. And that it is a weapon of war, but the fact of the matter is, it's more accurate to say that a Remington 700 bolt action rifle or 30-06 are weapons of war more than the AR-15, which is not. Now, it's obviously a cousin to some degree, but it is a semi-automatic weapon. I've heard reference to automatic weapons. The gentleman in Texas referred to automatic weapons. You can't get an automatic weapon without a permit. It is a semi-automac weapon. And I've heard a lot of people saying, well, why can't you get on board with this legislation? Well, it's just limiting magazine, limiting
Made damn sure pilot. What purpose does the gentlelady Georgia seek recognition?
Seal his fate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word in opposition to this.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Pleased to meet you. Hope you guess my
So really
name.
frustrated that our colleagues on the other side with their responses to the slaughterings in our schools. And, you know, their answers to provide
Stuck around St. Petersburg when I saw it was a child for a change. Killed the Tsar and his minister, Anastasia, screamed in vain, Roman tank, held a general's rank, while the blitzkrieg raged, and the body stank, pleased to meet you, hope you guess my name.
That has been disproven over and over again.
It's just the nature of my game.
Security
You know,
guard
when I
with
watch all
a
of these
gun,
people, it reminds me of this
retired
song.
police officer, in fact,
They remind me
heroically
of
tried to
an
defend the
entire
shoppers in the Tops grocery
hive
store. But he was
of
shot
Satan
down by the gunman. with an
worshipers
assault
that are doing
weapon.
Satan's bidding. It's like they're
Turning our
all
schools
Satan's
into fortresses is
helpers.
just absolutely not the answer.
We're just gonna
We cannot
play
ignore
volleyball
our
and
duty
bat
to
the ball
protect
back and
our
forth
children
for this
from being massacred.
grand
Yes, improving
production that
school
they do
safety
for us.
is vitally important, but sensible gun safety is the fastest way to keep our
with her
families safe.
stupid ass fake
Trust
eyelashes
me.
on. God,
I
you
am
look
a
like an
survivor
idiot.
of gun violence. I'm a survivor, a mother of senseless gun violence. We are teetering here in America on the brink of being one of the most civilized, violent nations in the world. If we want to invest in our schools, invest in the mental health of the children and teachers who fear each and every single day that they're in school, they're going to be the next site of a mass shooting, it is imperative that we focus on ensuring that guns are not in the wrong hands, so that we are operating on the offense and preventing these shootings from happening in the first place, rather than acting in defense and only offering thoughts and prayers once they occur. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Speaking on behalf of the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Wait a
Chairman.
minute,
I first want to thank the gentleman from Ohio for bringing the amendment.
This was the first person I was
And
listening to.
obviously, my Democrat colleagues make a point that not every time a good guy has a gun does he stop a bad guy with a gun. But it does happen on occasion. Not every time that someone locks up a gun in a home do they stop someone in a nearby school from entering and firing a gun. None of these measures that the Democrats have proposed today stop all violence. Mr. Shavett's amendment is intended to help. It's not intended to, and nobody suggests that it does, eliminate all chances of violence. But I want to respond to the gentlelady from Texas when she talked about the dark vision that Republicans have. I think a lot of people in this country are offended that the lady would go that direction. First of all, she said that anyone who wants to own a gun, Republicans believe anyone who wants to own a gun should be able to get one. I don't believe that. I don't think most of my Republican colleagues, if any, believe that. I think that anybody who has been convicted of a dangerous felony, a violent felony, should not have a gun. I think it's quite obvious that there are people in this country that have forfeited their right to guns. As has been mentioned before, the Second Amendment's not absolute, and we should take that. The gentlelady talked about a dark vision that Republicans have for America, that somehow a good guy with a gun is not able, it is not enough to stop a bad guy with a gun. Well, the Democrats have taken away the ability of a good guy to have a gun in a school to stop bad guys. A teacher who wants to bring a gun to school, an administrator, a coach, others can't do that right now. But I also think that, if you want to point out dark visions for America, I think when the Democrats argue for an open border, what they're arguing for is to allow dangerous gang members to come across that border, MS-13 and others, and they have. When they open the border up, they allow dangerous drugs to come across the border, like fentanyl. Leading cause of death for 18 to 45-year-olds in this country is drug overdose. That is a direct relation. That is directly occurs because of the open border policies of this administration, particularly Secretary Mayorkas. When you open a border, you allow terrorists to come across the border. When you open a border, I think it was Mr. Cohen who mentioned earlier about the gun parts that are coming in from China that allow a semi-automatic weapon to be converted into an automatic weapon. That happens by opening a border and letting it come across. But we don't hear Democrats talk about that as a solution to close our border and to get a grip on the terrible things that have been happening as a result of that. The Democrats have promoted a culture of death in this country with their views on abortion. We have late-term abortions, absolutely horrific late-term abortions that somehow the Democrats think, can happen in a vacuum and that it won't have an impact on the rest of society. We have people being paid not to work. And oftentimes those people are also using drugs, getting money from the government to buy the drugs. We have gas prices skyrocketing in this country. Are those the dark vision of the Democrat Party? I don't think so. I think they're bad policies that have been made by the liberal progressives in the Democrat Party. But I don't think that they're dark vision of the Democrats. And I think what we have to do is make sure we get away from the kind of language that the gentlelady from Texas used to accuse Republicans of having some kind of dark vision. We care deeply about what's happening in our schools. We disagree that these shallow, inconsequential bills will have an impact on that. What I'm asking for, and what many of my colleagues in Congress are asking for, let's have some meaningful discussions on how to get to the bottom line, how to address not the gun, but the person behind the gun, how to address the sickness, the evil that we see in our society that will allow us to get to the point where we are a safer country. And I thank the gentleman from Ohio for offering one small piece of that. And really disappointing that the Democrats acknowledge that it is a small piece, but it is a positive step in what we can do. With that, I think that's
country, he acted as if we've had 2 shootings in America, 2 mass shootings, and we're coming to respond to that. We are responding to thousands and thousands and thousands of shootings in this country over the last decade. And so what have been developed here are developed in response to a gun violence epidemic. And the
Will the gentleman
idea,
yield for
no,
10
I will
seconds?
not yield. The idea that we should wait while we can have families that have
Yeah, I
lost
wasn't
loved
saying
ones
wait
who
about
are
the legislation,
expecting
I'm saying wait for
Congress
getting
to
police officers.
respond.
Time
To
belongs
the
to the
idea,
gentleman.
as Mr. Roy suggested,
Wait
that we
before
should
commenting
just
on
wait
something
to
you don't
find
know
out.
the facts about.
We should be we've waited too long already.
I'm
We
not talking about
failed
waiting
to
about the
respond to the cries
belongs
of
to the
people
gentleman.
all across this
Silence.
country who have asked and demanded that Congress act. So no, we shouldn't wait. We shouldn't wait another second. We shouldn't wait another minute,
you don't know
another
what
day.
happened
We
to
should
Val.
act now. The second thing
You don't
is
know
my
the
friend and colleague from Colorado just made reference to this suite of bills as shallow and inconsequential. Shallow and inconsequential. I'm going to go through just a few pieces of this. Ghost guns were used in a shooting in Santa Clara, California that killed 3 people and injured 3 others. Ghost guns were used in November of 2017 in Rancho Tehama, California that injured 18 people. Another shooting in Santa Monica, California that killed 6. Bump stocks were used, as we all know, in Las Vegas that killed 60. Shootings that involved people under 21 years of age. Robb Elementary School, as we know, Uvalde, Texas. Top Friendly Market. 10 were killed. 22 were killed in Uvalde. Santa Fe High School, 10 were killed. 13 were injured. Parkland, Florida. Martin Stoneman Douglas High School, 17 were killed. 17 injured. Newtown. Sandy Hook Elementary School, 27 children were killed. Columbine, 15 people were killed and 24 were injured. Those individuals would not have been able to buy the gun they bought. The bill that we're going to pass today were the law. Safe stores, the list goes on for pages. So to say inconsequential when it would have saved the lives of many, many people, as Chairman Nadler said, even if it's one life. So to say it's inconsequential and then to say let's talk about border security and abortion because all we want to do is avoid responsibility to act in the face of gun violence in this country. Shame on our colleagues. You don't want to talk about it, you don't want to address it, don't come to the hearing. Let's honor the memories of those who we have lost to gun violence by taking this issue seriously and being committed to finding solutions. You think a grieving mother or father watching you talk about abortion and border security? We're trying to respond to gun violence that led to the death of their child. That's what this hearing's about. These families, and sadly there are thousands of families across this country who fall into this category, who have suffered unspeakable pain because Congress has failed to act, and our Republican colleagues in the Senate in particular, in blocking any progress in reducing gun violence in this country. We owe it to their memory, we owe it to the oath that we have taken to protect our constituents, our most solemn responsibility.
These guys just sent
People talk
$40
about
billion
the
off
Second
to
Amendment,
war
put it
of
against
our
it,
money.
It's a constitutional
And they
amendment,
expect
you
us to
can't
take them
touch it.
seriously. This is the perfect
That
song
is
for
not
that guy.
True. The Supreme Court of the United States has told us that.
Well, the gentleman yield.
The Supreme Court of the United States has made it clear that Congress has the authority to impose reasonable restrictions to protect the life, the safety, and the security of those we serve. In the same way, you can't yell there's no constitutional right that is absolutely invalid responsibility.
But the gentleman yield.
So all these claims about where she could do something, we could remove this terrible distinction of being a country that has more guns for the animals. We live in the safest country in the world. There are more guns for America than people. Our country functions to go and more disease and more death and more gun violence. That's not the answer. We tried it. We've done it. We need a solution. We go back to our districts and demonstrate to the people we serve. We need to act, make a difference, help protect lives.
You said it right there. What they're upset about is the number of guns in the country. This isn't about, honest age restrictions that are unconstitutional. It's not about better record keeping. They want fewer guns. They think that the answer is fewer guns. And that is what is creating a lot of discomfort among our fellow Americans who cherish their guns and cherish their Second Amendment rights and have actually committed no crimes.
Hope you all just
Their children aren't the ones at risk of the consequences of
like a horse, son, won't you
into this collective response, and you call it an emergency hearing, right? And the basis for the emergency is what happened in Baldy, and we all agree it was awful and tragic, but you are not providing the thoughtful solutions that would actually reduce the likelihood of that. Make an argument to the Judiciary Committee for a change in the law. There are two components which have to demonstrate the need for the change, and that what you're bringing forward will actually affect that in a positive way. And it's the second part of the argument where the bills you presented today undeniably fail. And in Florida, I would suggest we had a process that's a little bit better than what we've observed here. In Florida, every Floridian wanted to reduce the likelihood of that could ever occur again for precisely the reasons that animate your passions today. But instead of rushing to town, stumbling bills together, we got our very best sheriffs, our very best police chiefs, former members of law enforcement, people with tactical experience, even parents of slain children, and we put them on a board to review the school shooting as if it were an airline crash, dispassionately, thoroughly, and then as a consequence, what we saw was actually a failure in law enforcement.
Hold on a second,
that the
man.
sheriff in Broward County.
I'm sorry, Killing Beats. Killing Beats says, everyone, yeah, for politics, it's easy to talk for our money. Sad but true, bud. One took for you. Cheers. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. It's true. It's easy to talk for our money. We still don't know what's in this amendment, but it's like a good guy with a gun type amendment. And, they might as well just pass it. I wonder what else is in it. What, they're going to eliminate bump stocks? That's just stupid. Is that what they're talking about? Eliminate the ban on bump stocks?
You holding an emergency hearing to respond to a leaked draft opinion that's not even final?
That.
Or now
why
when
don't you,
Congressman Roy from Texas says, gosh,
bargain back and forth. I'll tell you what, you get rid of that and we'll give you this.
Maybe we ought to figure out what happened in Uvalde so that we can make that frequency less likely to occur.
You get rid of your bump stock.
I think there's also a balancing of interests here.
You don't get those.
Need to understand.
And we'll give you no more gun-free zones. How's that?
Anything that saves one life is
yeah, that's called negotiating, you idiot.
And certainly every loss of life is tragic, and certainly every preventable loss of life is tragic. But Mr. Cohen gave up the game earlier when he said, we acknowledge on the front end of this hearing that there will be deprivations of liberty to law-abiding people, that we will at times stop law-abiding people from doing what is otherwise constitutionally legal. So while I certainly want every American to safely store their firearms, well, I certainly want every American to be trained on the safe storage of firearms. I'm not entirely sure that the Congress of the United States is the appropriate entity to tell Americans how to store firearms and then punish them as a consequence. And if the result of all of this is there's a life or two that we save, and the result is like how many tens of millions of Americans are you willing to deprive of their constitutionally guaranteed liberty in order to achieve that objective when there might be a more narrowly constrained appropriate way for acting for gun enthusiast groups, hunting clubs, local government states to try to educate and encourage proper safety of the storage of firearms. So again, we share your goal of making these shootings less likely, whether they be in our schools or elsewhere in our communities, but we don't think that in the name of saving one life, that fundamentally constraining the rights of all Americans is necessary, especially when we are still awaiting the results of the review of what happened in Uvalde that shocks the conscience of all of us. So please spare us the spirited screaming. We want to stop the violence. We just wish you would listen to some of the ideas that we think would help. And from my standpoint, if you hold schools out of gun-free zones as soft targets, you make those school shootings more likely. And I don't think you want to do that. But I think that if we got rid of the gun-free zones and if we empowered people that could be helpful, we might see a reduction in violence. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Move to strike, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
The gentleman from Florida said that he and his Republican colleagues want to stop the violence in this country. But it's difficult to believe that when there are common sense steps that Congress can take and they are unanimously obstructing those approaches.
You're getting so
I
much
want to
trouble for playing
elaborate
that song.
something that my colleague, Mr. Cicilline, said earlier today, because it is clear to me that the more my colleagues misinterpret the Second Amendment and the Supreme Court's decision in D.C. versus Heller, the more they are giving up the fact that they've not actually read those documents. Let's start with the Second Amendment. The text is clear. The amendment protects the collective right of the people as a whole to possess arms solely for the purpose of forming a well-regulated militia. Now, last time I checked, the National Guard doesn't depend on teenage boys owning semi-automatic rifles with high-capacity magazines.
Yeah, they do.
Notice that while the Second Amendment is explicit
they do.
that the government has
What
the
did you
authority
just
to
say? It was so
regulate
stupid.
the
It
use
didn't
of
even make
arms.
sense. Did you
The
hear what the
Second
man just
Amendment
said?
does not include
The
a single
military
word,
doesn't have teenagers with
not
guns.
one
That's what
word
he
about
just
an
said.
individual right to own a gun. In fact, the claim that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to own a gun is so indefensible that even the conservative former Chief Justice Warren Burger, a Nixon appointee, no less, had once denounced it as, quote, one of the greatest pieces of fraud on the American public he had ever heard. No wonder the Supreme Court never recognized an individual right to own a gun from the ratification of the Constitution in 1789. Until 2008, when the Roberts Court's far-right majority issued its 5-4 opinion in Heller. So let's talk about Heller. Yes, Heller did set a constitutional baseline that there is a right to own a handgun for self-defense in the home. But even in that egregiously mistaken decision, the court made clear that we can still regulate gun ownership and possession, particularly in sensitive places, as well as prohibit an individual from possessing firearms. As the late Justice Scalia's opinion explains, quote, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. And, quote, the right was not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever, in any manner whatsoever, and for whatever purpose. In fact, Justice Scalia went out of his way to emphasize that the sort of measures we are considering today would be plainly constitutional. He wrote, quote, nothing in our opinion, nothing should be taken to cast doubt on laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, such as schools and government buildings, or laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms. And he continued that, quote, another important limitation on the right to keep and carry arms is that only, quote, the sorts of weapons protected were those in common use at the time. The Constitution does not condemn us to allow weapons of war to flood our neighborhoods. Make no mistake about that. My colleague's desperate citation to an outlier ruling
How are we going
by
to
two
defend
Trump
ourselves against
appointees in
another
one
country?
circuit, and when have they
pea
ever
shooters?
been fans of the Ninth Circuit, as my colleague Mr. Magoo's pointed out earlier?
You know, when their
does
army
not
comes
change
over
the
here
reality
and we're
of what
not
the
armed,
Supreme
how do
Court
we
has
defend
said. That is why
ourselves?
even more circuits have upheld age restrictions on firearm purchases. The Fifth Circuit has twice upheld restrictions on particular weapons for 18 to 21-year-olds. The Supreme Court declined to weigh in both of those times, allowing the Fifth Circuit to be the final word in upholding these age restrictions. And the First and Seventh Circuits have upheld age restrictions as well. Activist, Trump-appointed judges may be trying to change settled law, just as they are trying to roll back decades of settled law upholding the right to an abortion. But don't believe the lie that they are selling. The lie is so radical that even the far-right Roberts Court hasn't endorsed it. Age restrictions are nothing new, and they are consistent with the Second Amendment. So I've heard enough, and I think I speak for my Democratic colleagues when I say this, of ill-informed, bad faith constitutional misinterpretations. The Constitution is no obstacle to protecting our kids in America today. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
And in response to the comments just made, I'm glad this comes together this way, because I've been wanting to knock down some canards and some straw men arguments that have been offered by the majority. But to that point, with the points just made by the gentleman from New York, who earlier made clear, because he said it literally, that he will use all means necessary to reverse the Supreme Court, not through the processes of the Supreme Court, but by changing it institutionally, by packing it, by getting rid of the filibuster, overriding institutional norms as usual. But to the point just argued, the central holding of Heller is that the Second Amendment confers an individual right. That is the core of Heller. It's what the left went berserk about because you don't want that right to be recognized. Mr. Jones then comes forth, making my argument perhaps better than I can, saying that his main objective is to see to it that that individual right recognized in Heller no longer continues to apply.
Sir, when did will the gentleman yield?
Let me finish. No, I won't. You had a great opportunity there.
That you are now misconstruing.
The statement has been made by Mr. Cicilline, by Mr. Deutsch, by Mr. Jones, by the President of the United States, that the Second Amendment is not absolute, that it's not without limits. No one has contended that it is without limits. But Heller gives clear indications to what limits are permissible. You read from some of them. What is unlikely, and the Ninth Circuit case falls in the right resolution on that. The Fourth Circuit case earlier, the recognition by the dissent by Judge Wynn in the Fourth Circuit in the same case is that 18 to 20-year-olds are covered by the Second Amendment first. And the second point is that bans of widely prevalent firearms and acquainted mechanisms are, that's the problem. You can't do that. Another thing Heller said you can't do is require people to lock them up in their homes so they can't be accessed to provide for their main purpose, which is the right of self-defense of home and hearth.
The gentleman yield.
No, I will not. I'm going to get this out so that somebody hears it. The President of the United States said the other day, the President said, another misnomer, another factually inaccurate point, you couldn't buy a cannon when the Second Amendment was adopted. And actually it's false. It's been debunked repeatedly, but he keeps repeating it. So when you come in and say, we can't, I'm making the argument, you attribute to those of us on our side who are raising the question of the constitutionality of what you propose. I do not make the argument that the Second Amendment is absolute or unlimited. What I make the point about is Heller held what it held. McDonald held what it held. That was the Supreme Court of the United States. Do you acknowledge that baseline or do you not? Mr. Jones has made clear repeatedly that he does not. When we've raised these points about what other courts are deciding about the 18 to 20-year-olds being governed by being covered, they have a right under that amendment, number one. And number two, that some limitations are impermissible. And those you propose in this bill. 3 of them. I said 2 earlier, I was mistaken. 3. You want to ban a whole class of weapons to 18 to 20-year-olds. Number 1. Number 2, you want to impose the same kind of disabling requirement mandate in the home of weapons that Heller said is impermissible. And finally, you want to ban magazines that have the number that are predominant, that are prevalent everywhere in the country. Heller said you can't do that. So you've got to contend with why, at least if you say the Ninth, well, it's great for you guys to cite the Ninth Circuit, you don't respect the Ninth Circuit. Yeah, the Ninth Circuit is liberal. That's why it's so remarkable that even they have said that this is something that can't be done.
Regulate ghost guns, require safe storage of guns.
18 to 20.
Protecting Our Kids Act. There it was, guys. It just came up on the screen.
Let's talk about them. But when you start talking about things you can't do, and then you couple that with statements that essentially say, I'm going to get rid of the Second Amendment by any means.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I'll yield to you.
What do you support? Like, what are you willing to do to stop the epidemic of gun violence in this country? Because you just referenced that, so I would love for you to articulate the efforts that you would be willing to undertake with your Democratic
colleagues. Let's bargain. Here we go.
Yeah, here's
to stop the epidemic of gun violence in this
country.
Start
the conversation.
Look at what's happening, and then you actually do things that would address that.
So you're not
Let's
going to
go
answer the
figure out
question
why.
because you don't actually have an approach other than to
Yeah.
allow the status quo to remain?
Yeah, I wouldn't let teachers prop doors open. I would make sure that police are not discouraged from going in and saving children who are being assaulted while the assault is going on. I would not intimidate the police and tell them they ought to cease to exist. My time's
I
expired.
can translate that for you. He was willing to do nothing.
Sounds right to me.
Gentleman's time has expired.
So he was making all cops are bad reference to, defund the police reference, which is stupid. That was so stupid.
Thank you.
It was
Just
a Hail Mary.
couple of points, Mr. Chairman. First of all,
fell short.
The assertion that Heller prevents us from taking the action that we're taking today is just a misreading of Heller. And I'll leave it to the scholars to look at what was struck down in Heller and what we're proposing here. And the reference to the Ninth Circuit is, okay, I understand it's the liberal circuit that my colleagues like to point to. Forget who the judges were in this case. The fact is there are other circuits who have ruled otherwise. We all know it's the Supreme Court as the last word. So let's just be clear about that. But I have to respond to what Mr. Gates said. I know that there are families in the room there today who lost loved ones in Newtown. And I know that there are people watching all around the country, including a lot of my constituents, 17 families, in fact, whose loved ones will never come home. And the 60 families from Las Vegas and 49 families from Orlando and Virginia Tech, the Virginia Tech shooting, 32 people killed, that was in 2007. This idea, this argument that we're rushing into action, that we're not being thoughtful, that we should just take some time to really understand what happened before we respond, is another way of saying we have no interest in ever responding, in ever doing anything to stop this gun violence epidemic in our country.
That'd be funny just to clip him saying that one
That's the message
thing.
that it's sending. You can't sit there, with all due respect.
We
to my
never plan
colleagues,
to do anything to stop
cannot
gun violence in
sit
this country.
as a member of the
That'd
House
be
of
hilarious.
Representatives
Just put that all over the
and
internet.
tell my constituents that it's just too soon for us to rush in to figure out what kind of legislation we should pass. We haven't had time to really fully digest what happened in Uvalde or Buffalo or any other mass shooting that has taken place in the more than 4 years since that awful Valentine's Day in Parkland. And when Mr. Gates talks about what the state legislature did, the way he characterizes it is we all got together and we came up with all kinds of things that we could do that are so radically different than what we're trying to do here today. In fact, what the Florida legislature did was come together in a bipartisan way and raise the age to buy an AR-15 to 21, to buy any gun to 21. That's what the Florida legislature did. Let's be clear about it. You know what else they did? They passed a red flag law because they understand that if you give law enforcement the ability to take action so that someone who poses a threat to himself or herself shouldn't have a firearm, and that you build in appropriate due process rights, that's the appropriate thing to do. That's what we're going to do next week also. That's what Florida did. So it just pains me. I think it pains all of us. And frankly, anyone who's watching what we're doing here today, to look at this debate and to be told that Congress is just rushing headlong into doing something without giving it appropriate thought. There are people in my community who all of you know it's just because they've devoted their lives to honoring the memories of their loved ones who were slaughtered, struck down, taken from them at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. They do not deserve to be told that we have to really dig in and spend more time figuring out how to respond to these mass shootings before we can take action. They don't know other families who's suffering without a loved one, the hole that leaves forever. What we're doing here today is reasonable. Anyone who looked at these proposals knows it is reasonable. And in fact, it's consistent with what's been done in my own state of Florida, run by a Republican legislature and a Republican governor. Let's come together and pass this legislation and help to save lives.
Gentleman yields back for purposes Mr. McClintock seek recognition.
Speak on the Shabbat amendment under the 5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I think the reason we don't often hear about mass shootings that were stopped by a citizen with a gun is that they didn't become mass shootings precisely because they were stopped by a citizen with a gun. As I said earlier, a mass shooting was stopped by a woman with a gun in Charleston, West Virginia, the very day after the massacre at Uvalde. She couldn't have done that in a so-called gun-free school zone. Is there any other possible way to stop a bad guy with a gun, but with a good guy with a gun? There is no other way. The only question is how long it takes. It's often been said the police can be there in minutes when seconds count. And what we found in Uvalde and before in Parkland, even when the police respond, they don't always act once they get there. Those who are directly threatened by a gunman are those who are in the best position to stop such an attack because they're there on the spot and their lives depend on it. And yet you won't let them. That's stunning to me. Nor do you seem to be serious about enforcing our laws when they're violated. I mean, that's what we've observed time and again from your woke district attorneys. And if you don't take our laws seriously, what makes you think criminals will? And again, I ask, why hasn't Hunter Biden been prosecuted for violating the law that forbids drug addicts from purchasing firearms, a felony? Remember, his gun, which he illegally obtained by lying on his application, yet another felony, ended up being retrieved from an open trash can 500 feet from the school. So again, I pose the question, what makes you think gun laws will keep guns out of the hands of criminals any better than drug laws keep drugs out of the hands of terrorists? MS-13 is going to obey your laws. Addicts aren't going to obey your laws. Terrorists won't obey your no criminals. All your measures do is make it lawfully impossible for law-abiding citizens to defend themselves. So why won't you protect our children in their schools with the same seriousness that you protect our money at the bank? Nobody questions the common sense of having an armed guard at a bank. But leftists somehow cannot see the common sense of having an armed guard at a school. They seem more serious about protecting our money than protecting our children. That's utterly inexplicable. And of course, this discussion raises the question of how many bank robberies ever happen because robbers know there's an armed guard to return fire, and how many attacks on schools can be discouraged when the gunmen know they're likely to be opposed with lethal force at the front door. You know, the left lives in this fantasy world where all they have to do is pass a law against a criminal from obtaining the gun and have it obeyed. Yet as Kingpin has demonstrated, there are limits to the efficacy of our laws. Madmen and everyone else around them did that made them successful. So he operated with integrity, the environment was gunmen like him. And he knew that the environment for him to be violent. As his own violence noted, trying to do his own leader response. When am I going to live with the world and not as they wish to? The father of modern police, Sir Robert once observed that the police is simply the extension of the human fact community is the police are the police. And this is a right.
Resume playback. Listen to this. What's up, Merkster? Merkmeister? Merkman, the Merkster's in the house.
In 2019, at the annual Gilroy Garlic Festival, a young man with an assault weapon, an semi-automatic rifle, killed 3 people and wounded 17 others before killing himself. Now, California has strong gun control, but he went over to Nevada and purchased these weapons and then brought them back to California. That's why we need to have a nationwide approach. And even if we can't stop all gun violence through these measures, the common sense provisions in the bill before us today will do some good and it will save lives. And I'd just like to say that the recent polling indicates that 89% of Americans support universal background checks. 86% of Americans support red flag laws, and a whopping 70% of Republican and Republican-leaning voters support universal background checks.
Here's the problem.
We do know that...
Here's the problem. Most people don't vote. That's the problem. So when they say most Americans, and then they say, well, most voters, you gotta listen to that. Because if you really were able to poll people that don't vote and don't respond to polls, rural people or people that, are far out and don't do government shit, you'd find out they're not giving up their fucking guns. This lady's fucking whack. Her stupid polling doesn't mean diddly McGee sacks.
Old kids to go out and buy legally assault weapons. And as one of my constituents said, that kid can't go out and buy a beer. That kid can't go out and rent a car till he's 25, but we're selling these lethal weapons to him. That doesn't make any sense. So I hope that we can stop being the only country on earth where mass shootings are a near daily occurrence. And I think part of achieving that will be to pass the bill before us and to stop talking and throwing dirt in the air and confusing the situation with extraneous discussion. I think we owe the American people better than that, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes Ms. Dean seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I just wanted to tell a story about
Hey,
how
Lenny.
I started my
What's up,
day. It's one of the best ways to start a day. I started it with school students. Abington High School, junior high school, members of the National Honor Society, 8th, 9th, 10th graders.
With the drama.
And they had a series of questions for me. They wanted to know about how I got into this line of work, what inspired me to do it.
Can we just address the...
That all got set aside because their first 3, 4, 5 questions were about us. What are we doing to make them safer in school? What are we doing to make them safer on their playgrounds, in their grocery stores, in their synagogues, in their churches, and on and on and on.
So address
These
it.
wise beyond their years,
Right.
8th,
Now
9th,
address it.
10th graders from
get
Abington
it.
School District asked, what are we doing?
What are you doing? Answer it.
And I tried to say the very thing we're here to do today is to respond. I know it's later than it ever should have been. It was to respond to the scourge of gun violence in this country. When I ran for Congress in 2018, I remember going to meeting after meeting and telling folks, parents, voters, what I care about. I said, I care about the problem of gun violence in this country. I want to do something about it. It is not right that our children are now fearful to go to school, don't feel secure in their school. And one father stood up, this was 2018, one father stood up and really hollered at me. He said, you care about gun violence? What do I do with my third grader who last night couldn't fall asleep because they had an active shooter drill and they were coached to find scissors, run and throw scissors, weapons at the would-be shooter?
Wow.
What are we teaching our children?
Teach them how to shoot
So
a gun.
I want those Abington High School students to have hope that there are leaders across this dais.
Scissors.
Join us. Say that you take this problem seriously. Say that you believe you have to save lives. Stop saying we got to study this some more as the coffins are going in the ground. We don't have to study this. We know what the problems are. Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time to the gentle lady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania for her kindness and her indulgence. And I want to answer her question by saying that we will do something. I'm absolutely disturbed by the continuation of insanity. And I can say that because I have sat in this room, my fellow colleagues, and this insanity has continued every time we come to this moment in history. And it continues on the bodies of dead children and dead Americans, not at war, but in their homes, their communities, their schools.
They taught us don't run with scissors, so now it's grab scissors and run.
We move
What the
away
fuck?
from this
Right,
constant
Lenny?
babble of rejection. And I beg to differ with the interpretation of my friends, because it is not an interpretation of the Constitution, which is a living document. There have been several cases on making it very clear that there are limitations to gun use. It is actually ignoring the fact that we are proud in America of one, being the overseers of democracy and a constitution that is alive, that is breathing. That is the argument Mr. Jones was making, but the rejection comes from overall tone deafness and the sense that continues to have a crowd of people that want to hear insanity. And the reason why it is, because if again you read the case of one of the most conservative jurists, in the Heller case, it continues to say it finds support in the historical tradition. This is in the case. Common use at the time finds support in historical tradition of prohibiting the carrying of dangerous and unusual guns, ages 54 to 56, or that certain people that are felons or mentally ill should not have possession of firearms, or that they should not be in sensitive places like schools and government buildings. I already said to Mr. Chavez that we can do these things, that they're already able to be done. This is what I have to contend with in a state that has absolutely no relevant gun laws. And I will recite them time after time. Dallas, Louisville, Walter, Redwood, Fort Hood, 2nd Fort Hood, Dallas Police. This is Texas, Texas First Baptist, Santa Fe, El Paso, Midland, Uvalde. How many dead persons? 183 injuries, 153 dead. This is insanity. The pain of Rhonda Hurt because her daughter, Kimberly Vaughn, the mother of Ethan, is in this room. Doesn't mind me saying. Who knows her pain? A insanity that is going over and over again. The commitment, Congressman Dean, is that we will do something, and that the Constitution allows us to do something, that the case law allows us to do something. And I would think the names of these dead children and the two beautiful teachers and her husband.
Manufactured hysteria.
Imperative that we do
Manufactured
something.
hysteria,
Ensures
right, James?
that we must do something.
We must!
will
Look at her,
join
hand
that
up in the
family of
air.
insanity
All the
if we
numbers
do
of all
not
the
do
dead
something.
behind
I
her.
refuse to do that. We will do something. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
It's really not a lot of dead. How many kids have died under American bombs in other countries? That we've dropped bombs with our money. How many kids have we killed with our bombs?
Chair, the
I
noes
wonder.
have it. The
How many
amendment is
drone
not
strikes
agreed
have we
roll call is
flown
requested.
over
The
children
clerk
and
will call the
killed
roll.
them? We just did it in Afghanistan. You know, we're doing it
No,
every
the
day in
clerk will
Yemen.
not call the roll. At this time, the committee will take a brief 15-minute recess.
You should stop people from becoming shooters, right, Dave? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know what he just said they're going to do. Are they taking a recess? They're going to leave the cameras on? Through recess? Oh, so much for masks. Look at all the Democrats hugging each other. Wow. Do they know they're on camera right now? 4 of them, just all breathing each other's air. That right there, it's a little mini super spreader. Wow. No masks and all breathing each other's air, talking at each other. You know, that's what I think about. What do you think about that? Oh, this is what I think. What do you? Oh, yeah, this is what I think. Oh, what do you? Oh, yeah, let's talk. Yeah, let's share what your thoughts. Yeah, what's a? Yeah. Look, they're the Republicans. They're no better. Same thing. Yeah, so what do you say? I don't know. I'm gonna breathe your air in. Yeah, let me breathe air for you. Okay, puff some air over this way. Okay, I'm gonna breathe that air in. Okay, cool. Let me get the moisture and the droplets. Okay, cool. The microscopic droplets. Oh yeah, we sneeze and cough for me a little bit. Do they realize they're on camera? Mic's on when it recess. The mics are on. Mics are on, buddy. Obsessed, it reminds me of us.
The legislation will raise the age of
that Congress is a giant cesspool, and they disgust me so.
Ammunition magazines. Just a reminder, you can watch all of our full coverage of the meeting on C-SPAN Now. That's our free mobile video app. And later tonight, President Biden is scheduled to speak about guns at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. While we wait for the committee to gather back in, we'll show some of the statements from earlier today.
In the days since the shooting at Toxic Market Store in Buffalo, New York, and the long, sad nights since the shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, and in just the last few hours, we learned of yet more deadly gun violence in the Tulsa, Oklahoma medical office building. I've turned to a particular teaching in the Talmud. Whoever takes one life, it's as if he kills the entire world. Whoever saves one life, it's as if he saves the entire world. Every life is precious. Let that be the measure of our work here today. When we think about the children in Uvalde, the 9 and 10-year-olds just a few days short of their summer vacations, let us think about the whole world that was snuffed out when each of them died. And as we address the scourge of gun violence, the light that killed 45,000 Americans in 2020 alone, let us remember that there are no perfect solutions. We are painfully aware that we cannot do enough today to save all of these lives, that each life we save is an entire world. H.R. 7910, Protecting Our Kids Act, brings together important, sensible, overwhelmingly popular proposals that will help us to scale back the scope of gun violence in the United States. Representative Anthony Brown's Raise the Age Act raised the lawful age to purchase an AR-15 semi-automatic assault rifle from 18 to 21 years old. In deeply red Wyoming, the state with the most guns per capita in the Union, this is already the law with respect to many firearms. And I note with great sadness that the suspected shooters in both Buffalo and Uvalde were only 18 years of age. Representative Robin Kelly's Prevent Gun Trafficking Act would establish new federal offenses for gun trafficking and straw purchasing, problems she is as familiar with in Chicago as we are in New York, where the vast majority of firearms used in criminal activity are transported into the city from out of state. Representative David Cicilline's Untraceable Firearms Act would ensure that ghost guns are subject to existing federal firearms regulations. A deadly weapon is a deadly weapon, even if you build it from a kit in your garage. A trio of gun storage proposals, Representative Rosa DeLauro's Ethan's Law, Representative Alyssa Slotkin's Safe Guns, Safe Kids Act, and Representative Sheila Jackson Lee's Kimberly Vaughn Firearm Safe Storage Act, would establish voluntary best practices for safe firearm storage and award grants for firearm storage assistance programs. There are nearly 400 million firearms in America today. We should at least ensure that they're stored safely and away from our children. Representative Dina Titus's Closing the Bump Stock Loophole Act would build on existing regulations banning the manufacture, sale, or possession of bump stocks for civilian use. Remember, it was the Trump administration that first enacted this ban on devices that essentially convert semi-automatic weapons into machine guns and serve no purpose other than to maximize carnage, as we learned when they were used in the deadly shooting in Las Vegas that killed 58 people in 2018. Finally, Representative Ted Deutsch's Keep Americans Safe Act would ban the sale, manufacture, and illegal possession of gun magazines that hold more than 10 rounds of ammunition. High-capacity magazines are designed for mass killing and have been the accessory of choice in some of the bloodiest shootings in our history, including the 2007 shooting at Virginia Tech and the 1999 shooting at Columbine High School. I am reminded that the shooter in Aurora, Colorado in 2012 murdered 12 people and not the entire movie theater only because his 100-round magazine jammed during the shooting. At the outset, let me say that each of these proposals is wildly popular with the American public, although that has not stopped many Republican officials from speaking out in recent days against passing sensible gun safety legislation. Because we know from experience that few events expose the emptiness of the gun lobby's rhetoric, like the mass murder of school children, allow me to rebut some of my Republican colleagues' arguments in advance. Nobody seriously believes that Hollywood or video games are to blame for the epidemic of gun violence in America. Our children watch the same movies and play the same games as children in Canada and England and Japan, but only in the United States do we ask the parents of elementary school children to stand in line so we can match their DNA to the remains of their children, because only the United States is awash in 400 million guns. You say that these deaths were caused by a lack of mental health care? I agree that we need to do more for those in our communities who may be in crisis. And I hope that you will join me the next time we are asked to fund such initiatives. I expect that many of my Republican colleagues will not. And I note again that other countries have people who are just as sick Americans, and that those countries do not experience the gun violence that we do here. You say it's too soon to take action? That we are politicizing these tragedies to enact new policies? It has been 23 years since Columbine, 15 years since Virginia Tech, 10 years since Sandy Hook, 7 years since Charleston, 4 years since Parkland and Santa Fe and the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. It has been 3 years since El Paso. It has been a week since we learned again that gun violence can reach any of our children and grandchildren at any time, and that no number of armed guards can guarantee their safety. It has not even been 24 hours since the last mass shooting, and who knows how long until the next one. Too soon? My friends, what the hell are you waiting for? You say that none of the solutions proposed here will stop gun violence in America? Well, there, sadly, I agree. This bill will not alone save every life we will lose to gun violence this year, but it will save some. It might have saved those children in Uvalde, and whoever saves one life, it says if he saved the entire world. The American people are begging for us to address this crisis. Let us not wait 1 second longer. I urge my colleagues to support the Protecting Our Kids Act, and I yield back.
I'm confused.
I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
I'm confused over this Republican.
Mr. Chairman, life is precious, especially the lives of children. What happened in Uvalde, Texas is tragic. It is every family's worst nightmare.
Good.
Our hearts go out to the Uvalde community and especially to the families who've lost loved ones last week in this evil act of violence. And of course, there's what happened yesterday in Tulsa and a few weeks ago in Buffalo, and our hearts go out to those families as well. No one wants another tragedy. No one wants this to happen again. That's why it's regretful that Democrats have rushed to a markup today in what seems more like political theater than a real attempt at improving public safety or finding solutions. Democrats never once reached out to us to seek our input on the legislation we are considering here today. Protecting children is not a Republican or Democrat issue. The Democrats cobbled together a package of measures. This is not a real attempt, in my judgment, to find solutions. Everyone here knows the reality. Democrats are in control of the House. Anything that you and Speaker Pelosi want to pass, you can pass. And frankly, you've already passed numerous bills related to firearms this Congress. But because those bills are radical attempts to legislate away Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens, the Senate has not taken up the legislation, just like it won't take up this bill. What we are doing here is just designed to appeal to Democratic primary voters. The bill won't make our schools safer.
I agree.
It will hamper the rights of law-abiding citizens, and it will do nothing to stop.
I can't believe I agree with Jim Jordan on
We need
something.
to get serious about understanding why this keeps happening. Democrats are always fixated
He's
on
coaching the
rights of
Democrats. I love it. This
law-abiding
guy.
citizens, rather than trying to understand
We need to do an
why
autopsy.
this evil happens. Until we figure out the why, we will always mourn losses without fixing the problem. Our job is to figure out the why. The bill that Democrats are putting forward today does not help us to understand what's really driving some young men to commit these heinous acts. The bill before us is short-sighted and not solutions-oriented. It's a one-size-fits-all approach that punishes law-abiding citizens while doing nothing to make our communities safer. We all want to keep children safe in school, but this bill wouldn't do that.
Supreme Court
This
blocks
bill is just
Texas's
another Democrat
new
attack
social
on the Second
media
Amendment.
law.
And it's likely just
What
the
was
start.
Texas's social media law?
President
Anybody?
Biden has said he wants
Ron
to ban
Placone's
all
live
9mm
talking about that, or he
handguns.
was?
Where does it end? The American people expect and deserve more from us than political charades that rehash old ideas and don't actually solve the underlying problems.
Do you guys want me to try to find
Mr.
that?
Chairman, we should do better than this. I yield back and look forward to the debate on the legislation.
The amendment makes only cosmetic changes and makes no substantive changes to the bill. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a
Ron Placone
substitute?
never comes up for me.
For what purpose does Ms. Jackson Lee seek recognition?
I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
There he is. Supreme
few
Court
minutes
social
before
media
this
case.
Instead of enacting real solutions, again, better data
spoke to Mr.
privacy,
Garrett.
antitrust,
breaking these companies up, making them public utilities, we come up with shitty solutions. And this is just another shitty solution.
Hey, he's got a super chat back.
And it blows my mind that no one's talking about this. I mean, the Supreme Court has weighed in on this. No one's talking about it.
Super chat's back. Baby.
No one's talking about this bill. So we're talking about it here. And that's my assessment of it. And all I did was read it, folks. That's all it takes.
That's what we hope you do.
You don't have to have a law degree.
Nope.
You don't have to be an expert in technology.
Nope.
I'm none of those things.
Nope.
I'm just interested in digital rights. And when bills happen, I look into them. I read them. So it's interesting, some of the verbiage in that bill. Overall, I don't support that bill. And, to sum it up, to sum it up again, why don't I support that bill? Well, one, just a state policy is not going to cut it. You need something that applies federally. Two, it doesn't actually make these companies not behave as the private entities they've been behaving as. All it does is it just requires a little more transparency, like you have someone to email, basically. And three, it doesn't actually help users unless you have the money to sue. So really what this bill does, it makes it easier for rich people to sue Facebook, and that's it. So that's why I don't support this bill. But it's really interesting seeing this bill in Texas that nobody is talking about actually address these problems. So, hope you guys got something out of that deep dive. And by the way, wasn't really that deep. It's deep by the United States media standards because we actually read through a fucking bill. That's something most people don't do. That's something most politicians don't do. Most politicians don't read the shit that they endorse. So we've just, by the way, I think, are they on recess right now or something? They're about to have they've been working really hard. They deserve it. You guys have just worked harder than politicians do. Right now, you and I, we've just done it. What a time. What a country. So this is going on. This is from More Perfect Union. And this is going on in Minnesota.
Okay,
Construction workers in Minneapolis are taking...
Sorry. Let's go back to the gun debate.
In a stupor of stupidness. I believe it is crucial that what we did some years ago, sit on the floor of the House when we were in Republican control after Sandy Hook, just to do something. And here we are again. Now remember the words of John Lewis, who said, "Where is the heart of this body, the Congress? Where is our soul? Where is our moral leadership? Where is our courage?" From Columbine, of which I served at that time, on the Columbine Task Force.
Same sentence for anybody
To
not
the
keeping their
countless
weapons
numbers of
secure.
children that have
It feels
died
like the gun lobbyists are on the
because guns have
opposite
not been
side
stored,
of the gun safe
or guns did not
manufacturers.
have a device, as the storage bills
10
reflect.
years later.
This is the question of whether or not we as Americans are blind. Do we only see the power and money of gun manufacturers? Are we not?
It's not about gun manufacturers,
sensitive
man.
to
Why does it
Boulder,
always go back down to the gun
Atlanta,
manufacturers?
Tree of
I don't
Life,
manufacture
Marjorie
guns,
Stoneman
and I'm
Douglas,
against this shit.
Las Vegas, San Bernardino, Gilroy, Garlic, Washington Navy Yard, Sandy Hook Elementary, Virginia Tech, Aurora, the Sikh Temple, Emmanuel African Methodist Church, or Santa Fe in Texas, near my district.
And how many kids did you vote to
El
send
Paso, if I
$40
did not
billion
mention
over to Ukraine to go murder
So
with
today,
bombs? Yemen,
I'm reminded
Syria, Palestine,
of the great and outstanding
the tip
work
of
of my
Africa.
colleagues. I thank you.
Where else are
We
you
have
murdering
introduced these
people? I have a
bills
feeling you've
over
done it
and
in other
over
places
again.
too. You know,
Now have an opportunity
South America.
to discuss how important your
You know,
legislation is.
how many
But
children
we're
have
not
you
finished.
murdered, America?
The assault weapons ban is a necessity. A 7-week waiting period is a necessity. Actions against manufacturers to give civil liability is a necessity.
No, it's not.
And countering the cycle of violence is a necessity. I end by simply saying Kimberly Vaughn died in Santa
you
Fe.
end by
She was
being
17
wrong.
years old. Her mother is still in pain in Texas. And I'm calling on all of you to have
Yeah, and all the
sense of
mothers in
humanity,
Afghanistan that you're starving out right now, all the people that are
decency.
feeling the weight of
God
your
knows
sanctions.
we need
Your
action.
great sanctions, such
For it is
great
a sin and a
sanctions.
shame on us.
We've got the greatest
Not this
sanctions of all
Judiciary Committee, Mr.
sanctions. They're
Nadler.
such great
You have done great work
sanctions.
on the House and the Senate, and then to the President's desk.
Only a mother
Shame
says
on
that.
us.
Yeah, or father. My bad.
We can't move legislation now. I yield back.
Right,
Young lady
right,
yields
Nick?
back for purposes
Yeah, it seemed a little
of Chavez
sexist,
speaking.
huh? You're right, Nick. Good observation.
Last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is
It
recognized.
was a little sexist
Thank
there.
you. It's
on her
obviously with
part.
heavy heart that we're all
Leave the men out of
participating
it,
in
right?
this markup today.
Men don't have
Words
feelings
cannot
or care about their
adequately
children
express
dying.
The horror that all Americans
How
felt
dare a
last
man,
week
you know, those are the
as
ones
we
that own the
learned of
guns.
21
Should've wanted to talk to
innocent
them.
lives that were lost at Robb Elementary School
no
in
women own
Uvalde,
guns.
Texas, which only added to the deep sadness we all felt a short time earlier when 10 people were senselessly killed in Buffalo. Given the shock and the revulsion that we all feel from those two horrific crimes, it's easy to understand why we're
Ted
considering
Lieu.
this legislation
That was Ted
today.
Lieu's microphone. You
It's
can see
only
it at the top
human
of the
nature
screen.
to search for answers and feel the need to do something to address a situation this troubling and this concerning. But the question we need to ask ourselves before we act, Mr. Chairman, is what actions can we take in a constitutionally permissive manner that will actually help make the American people, particularly school children, safer? The most obvious answer to that question is that we can take action to make our schools more secure. After the tragic shooting in Parkland, Florida, former sheriff himself led a bipartisan group of members, myself included, in reauthorizing and expanding the Cop Secure Our Schools grant program. That program provides necessary funds to states and local school districts to strengthen security measures at schools across the country. The money can be used for metal detectors, to adopt security plans, to train school officials, to hire school resource officers,
We already saw this.
retired police officers,
In case
and to
it
help
sounds familiar
identify
to some of you.
students with mental health issues.
They're playing it over until they get back from recess. And the looks like they're getting back right now.
The students and teachers, but there's always room for improvement. And that's one area where I believe we could be working together to find common ground and make students
The
safer.
speaker,
and it would be immediately.
the chairman
I also
is
think
back
we could work
near his seat.
together on methods to better address the mental health
I need to dump
crisis
this.
that's facing so many of our nation's
I'd
youth
share that with you
today.
guys.
Too often, the shootings that occur are perpetrated
important that
by
you know I need to dump
primarily
my
young
ashtray.
men who feel marginalized and who appear to be suffering from some form or another of mental illness. Finding a way to identify these young people earlier and to help get them the treatment that they need before the tragedy strikes is a goal upon which I think we could all agree. As I mentioned earlier, the Secure Our Schools grant money can be used for that purpose. But as we saw in Buffalo, the issue is broader than just in our schools. There was also some agreement on bump stocks, which is why the
Icebreaker
ATF
ashtray
under
lasts
President Trump
forever
acted
and
to
no
ban
smell.
them. As most of us know, there's still an ongoing challenge in the federal
I don't know if it'll
courts
last forever,
against
but it's
this
lasting
ban,
a
which is
long
probably
time.
why a provision banning bump stock
And just
is
get another
included
one, you
in the
know?
legislation being considered
I'll just
today.
have to eat all those icebreaker
I understand the
sours.
intention here, but I would probably, I think it'd be more effective if we allowed the court cases.
Nick, you're welcome. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying you appreciate me streaming this. I appreciate you saying that. Why haven't they made a closable ashtray like that? Because not everybody can be as smart as me, bro.
This is another area where some form of
Not everybody can be as smart as me. I'm going to go
might
throw
be
this away.
possible.
The
However,
ashes, I'll be right
considering that
back.
a similar prohibition in California was just ruled unconstitutional by the Ninth Circuit of all courts 3 weeks ago, it would probably be more prudent that we review that decision and try to determine what could be accomplished in accordance with the Second Amendment. Simply moving forward with a provision that even the Ninth Circuit thinks is unconstitutional really isn't doing anybody any good. And that's the crux of my argument against this legislation. The majority is simply acting quickly because they believe it's important to act quickly. In doing so, I'm afraid they're foregoing an opportunity to actually work together and hopefully produce a better piece of legislation, which is what they're apparently trying to do in the Senate. We could do it in the House as well, Mr. Chairman, but not if the majority is so focused on the speed of the legislation rather than its merits. I think we should stay focused on the merits. Unfortunately, that's not what we're doing today. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, a statement from Representative Rosa DeLauro, whose legislation Ethan's Law is an important component of the Protecting Our Kids Act, will be entered into the record. For what purpose does Mr. Cohen seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
This is no rush to action. This has been delayed for decades. I was here 15 years ago when Virginia Tech was the site of a mass killing. And in 15 years, we haven't gotten gun laws changed and reformed. This bill, which is somewhat of a compilation of other laws, all should have been law before but should be law today. And the Democrats are not rushing to anything. The public is demanding that we take action because they've seen what happened in Uvalde, Texas. They've seen what happened in Buffalo.
Ready for a bomb
They've
rip,
seen
guys?
what happened last night in Tulsa. It is happening all too often, and it's deadly. Assault weapons were banned from 1994 to 2004. It was constitutionally permissible.
Hi!
It wasn't until 2008 in the Heller decision when Justice Scalia said that people had a right based on the Second
You've been
Amendment
gone
to
for so
protect
long.
their homes.
I haven't
with
seen you in so
reasonable
long.
weapons, and said that that was not something that would prohibit government from having more restrictive laws on people who had mental health problems and or people who had criminal backgrounds or other possible changes in the law. The Second Amendment, like the First, is not absolute. The First Amendment, you cannot defame people. You cannot go into a theater and holler fire. There are limits, and there are limits to the Second Amendment. And assault weapons is one of those limits we've had for 10 years. During that time, we had less mass killings in this country, and we should have it again. Assault weapons are made to kill.
Dude, on the replay that they're showing right now, is it my imagination or is C-SPAN only showing the Democrats?
Anybody would be able to recognize some of them.
Are they only
Because
showing
when they're
one
hit with
side
an
of this?
assault
Isn't that
weapon,
weird?
They cannot be identified. They are obliterated, and they need DNA to identify.
Biased span?
They put holes in their
It
bodies
should be
so
B-SPAN
large
for bias span.
that there's no way they could
Or
survive.
D-SPAN
They are
for Dem
weapons
span,
of war and
Democrat
weapons
span.
of death and weapons of destruction that we should
Demaspan.
not permit out here. And when somebody who's 18 years old and
All
right
weapons
after
are
their
made to
birthday,
kill. Yeah, for
they
the most
go
part,
where the first
right?
thing they do is buy an assault weapon,
I can't believe they ever got past in the 90s.
that should be a red flag.
Stupid. Let's smoke.
Where is that
This
person
stuff gets
coming
me so
from? That's what they
riled
want on
up.
their
I gotta
18th
smoke,
birthday
too.
is an assault weapon. They got a problem, which means we got a problem, which means those 19 kids and their parents and those 2 teachers have a problem. Forever. The NRA has too much of a grip on this Congress and on the Senate. It needs to stop. They're in the business of
What a
representing
horribly
gun
cold thing to say about
manufacturers
those
and
kids that
selling
died.
guns and
They've got
selling
a problem.
ammunition and
That
not caring
motherfucker just
about
said
what
that.
it does to innocent
This is how
human
stupid
beings.
politicians are.
They don't care about children. It's not just schools, Mr. Shabbat. My friend Mr. Shabbat talked about the school bill. Yeah, it's terrible what happened in Uvalde and in Parkland, etc. But it's movie theaters. It's grocery stores.
Wow. Look, they cut him off. They cut him off because it was detestable, what he was saying, and they went to a picture of Jordan just sitting there. Do you see that? They are protecting the Democrats. That is crazy. And that's not bias, guys. That is observation. I would have said the same thing if they were doing it for Republicans. The guy was going totally gun grab crazy, and they cut him off right when he was coming to a crescendo. Did you notice that? Wow. I'm so glad that we've got that saved on this show for people to see that what Democrat span is doing. Or bias span, B-span, C-span. I don't know what the C could stand for. I think you guys know. Actually, I think C-SPAN is perfect. I think C-SPAN is a perfect name for these people. Look, they were like, cut that, go to a live shot. I don't care what you do, get that off. What are you doing, man? You're playing the wrong... Dude, that guy's making a horrible argument right there. Oh my God. Did Did you see that? You guys go back and watch that. OG. I'm on that blueberry saltwater OG. Get me all feisty. I'm all feisty. I'm all feistified. I like to say feistified. I'm all feistified. Got low sunlight. I don't know how the camera would do in this light. Underwater. But this camera does something the other camera doesn't do. Oh, it does a few things, but this one thing it does is really cool.
I'm just waiting for the hearing with House Judiciary Committee lawmakers coming back from their break as they consider possible legislation dealing with guns in the U.S. after several recent mass shootings. The legislation they're considering would raise the age limit to buy certain semi-automatic rifles from 18 to 21. It would also make it a federal offense to import, manufacture, or possess large-capacity ammunition magazines. Also a reminder, you can follow along live online, cspan.org.
That's bullshit.
Or use our free mobile video app, C-SPAN Now. And later tonight, President Biden is scheduled to speak about
possess?
guns, expected at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Dude, they better not let that pass. Where's Joe Manchin when we need him? Holy shit. Oh my God. These fucking psychos. They always try to push it too far. You know, if the Democrats would just do the background checks thing and just that, they'd be able to pass something through that would, maybe it would help. Do the age thing. That might pass too. 21, I'm okay with that. Go ahead, do 21 years of age. But don't call anything an assault rifle. You know, you want it to be 21 before you can buy a gun, period. You do that. Pass it. Good best of luck to you. You know, you're going to have a lot of angry 20-year-olds on your hands. I guarantee you. You're not stupid. You know, Jackson Hinkle is 22, just recently turned. So, you know, it's just crazy. More than 6? Yeah, I don't know what they're saying is large capacity, bro. These guys are idiots. They make up their own standards. They set their own standards. Oh, this is an assault. What? What does an assault mean? You know? Oh, that's an assault weapon because it's got a grip on it. It's got a grip. It's made for the army. It's got a grip. It's made for the army. It's got a forward grip. It's got a sight. It's a weapon of war. That's a weapon of war you've got there. That's a weapon of war you've got there, eh? You better put that pistol away there, bucko. You better put that 22 caliber single shot pistol away there, bucko. That's a weapon of war you've got there. That single shot 22, that's a weapon of war you got there, bucko. It's almost all of my pop things. Yeah, everything. Yeah, this is psychotic. For once, you'll be happy that you got a moron like this sitting there defending your right to possess your firearms that you possess right now, you know? Psychotic. What are they going to do? Come door to door and take them? Psychotic. Can you believe they cut that Democrat off because he wasn't making any sense? Did you guys see that? I was just about to chime in to say how moronic it was what he was saying, and they cut him off instead. They cut him off before I could. To protect him. And they'd rather just show these people shuffling around than let you listen to the debate that was going on. Than let you listen to a Democrat that was not making any sense. Making a horrible argument. Losing votes. Here we go.
The committee will come to order. When the committee recessed, it had dispensed with the Shabbat Amendment. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7910, offered by
The
Mr.
amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment addresses an issue that this committee has refused to address in the past as it relates to gun violence across our nation. The bill before us has been named the Protect Our Kids Act, but it does little of that. It does, of course, create several unconstitutional restrictions on lawful gun ownership. The American people know the end game here. It is to strip law-abiding citizens of their ability to defend themselves. My amendment addresses gun violence in a meaningful way. It doesn't create new laws, but instead enforces them. It would require the Department of Justice to work closely with state and local government and their law enforcement partners to assume jurisdiction of 922G cases, which are declined to be prosecuted by the state. And this would have a real impact because it is
The
a
gentleman
problem
yield for a
across
question.
the country.
The gentleman, what is you said 922G cases. Could you tell us what 922G cases are?
Yeah, 922G cases are when the federal government can take over felony gun cases. So let's say you have someone that has committed a felony in possession of a gun, and states can prosecute, but the federal government can also. In some cases, the states, because of, and what I was getting at here is because of weak prosecutors or rogue prosecutors in some of the big cities across America, they're sometimes pleading these cases down, or they're simply not charging. And this would allow the federal DOJ, Department of Justice, to take those cases and be able to file charges for somebody that's carrying a gun who has committed a felony in the past. Does that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, thank you.
I only caught the tail end of that, but that sounded pretty brutal.
That is the explanation for the amendment. I want to make, in closing here, I just want to make one point tangential to what we're talking about today. It's really interesting as we've heard the various mass shootings that have gone on in America, whether it's Buffalo, Uvalde, places like that, these horrific shootings that have been going on. And, but I noticed no one brings up Waukesha, the Waukesha Christmas parade. And this is part of what this gets at, though a different vehicle, in this case, a truck was used to kill 6 people in the Waukesha Christmas parade here in Wisconsin just 5-6 months ago.
I can't believe
I noticed no one brings that mass killing up. And in that case, of course, it was a vehicle that was used, not a gun. We're not outlawing vehicles, I can see with today's markup. But I noticed no one brings that up, which I don't understand why, because
you made your point, now move on.
We should all, whenever there is an unfortunate incident like a mass killing that goes on, we should all decry that. We should all be saying that this is
Mr. Tiffany, will you yield to a question on the amendment? Will you yield to a question on the amendment, Mr. Tiffany? Just so I can understand it. It's Cicilline, sorry.
Yes, I'll yield.
So I'm just trying to understand. The amendment says the Attorney General shall coordinate with the State Attorney General and appropriate state law enforcement officials in order to prosecute a violation. So is the amendment require the coordination, or does it compel the Attorney General to actually file charges if the state doesn't? Because, you know, one of them would be useful, I guess, to coordinate, but if it's directing the Attorney General, then it seems to me we run into some problems about compelling the executive branch to take certain actions. So
yeah, per the, if I may, per
Sure.
the language that you see in there, it requires them to coordinate with local units of government.
But it says in order to prosecute a violation.
Yep, the operative term in there, Mr. Cicilline, is coordinate.
Could you say coordinate in order to consider prosecution of it? Is that way you give prosecutorial discretion to the, it just seems like otherwise we're compelling a prosecution, which I'm not sure you intend to do.
DOJ just has to coordinate with a local unit of government. My understanding, and I hope I'm allowed additional time here, Mr. Chairman, my understanding, the term coordinate is equal, where both the federal government and state and local governments have an equal seat at the table, so they're going to sit down and coordinate.
It seems like they just want to lock more people up in jail. That's what it sounds
Does
like.
the gentleman yield back?
We've got Prison Planet here. I will snort half a line of ultra-potent supermale vitality.
There is
in the morning,
Mr. Cohen,
before I turn on
C-SPAN,
C-SPAN, and I think all of you know what the C stands for.
To come forth with proposals today. Mr. Jones asked, what are you willing to do? This is exactly what we're willing to do. You're seeing these amendments come forth now, like this one, and I'm asking for everyone on this committee to support this amendment. This is what you're seeing from Republicans now. We could have included my amendment here if we would have sat down and worked together earlier in the process, rather than me having to bring it as an amendment now in a markup. With that, I ask for your support and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on her point of order? No.
Excuse me, I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. I recognize myself. This is a very good idea, but the amendment is unnecessary and redundant because state and federal prosecutors already cooperate in cases of prohibited persons in possession of firearms. In many jurisdictions, including my own in New York, there are task forces, federal, state task forces to coordinate these efforts. So while Mr. Tiffany is absolutely right, it's already done, and so the amendment is really redundant.
Wow.
So I would oppose it simply as redundant because it's already done and the amendment would do nothing therefore.
So just cancel it. What are you wasting time for then?
Who seeks recognition?
It's stupid. It's just stupidity.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized to strike the last word. Texas, I'm sorry.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very eager to find an answer to Mr. Jones. I move to strike the last word. I'm very eager to find an answer to Mr. Jones' question from our friends. And I would ask the question to Mr. Tiffany that if this amendment was included, that would then make you likely to support the Protect Kids Act. Is that accurate? Mr. Tiffany?
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer your question. Early in the summation that I just gave here a minute ago, this would be a good change, but as I said, this bill creates several unconstitutional restrictions on lawful gun ownership.
All right, sir, you said your answer would be no. I appreciate it. I have little time.
As a member of the Judiciary Committee, I'm not going to be in the habit of
reclaiming my time. Your answer is no.
Unconstitutional laws.
Your answer is no. Again, as indicated, this may be already done, but let me speak to the conditions of Texas. I don't know what laws my prosecutors could in fact operate under. We have no universal background checks. We have no ban on assault weapons. We have no red flag laws. We have no age 21 requirement to buy a rifle. We have no waiting period to buy firearms and ammunition. We have no closing of the gun show loopholes. We have no limits on open carry. In fact, we have open carry. And no ban on concealed weapons at universities. In fact, we are
Get your hand off the thing, dude. What's he doing?
Without an infrastructure for which our prosecutors basically could operate under. Obviously, if the mass shooter at the school in Uvalde had lived, Robb Elementary School, there might be a trial. In Buffalo, of course, this young shooter was motivated by white supremacy. And there's certainly no laws, because I know my good friends will call that speech and the protection of free speech. I don't know whether they would view that as disinformation. But the difficulty of the larger picture of what you're doing is that is why the federal government needs to act, because there's an inconsistency of protection that does not violate the Second Amendment in our states. There are states like New York and California, Illinois, that have put in strong laws, and they have seen an impact. Maybe not on the individual.
I agree.
issues.
You know what? Now that she's pointed that out, I think those Republicans should work to reverse all those states too.
In this legislation,
Suck
we're not
living in
leaving out
California.
those circumstances, but it is well
And there were
documented.
plenty of mass shootings in that
states
state,
like Illinois,
regardless
New York, and
of some of the
California,
strictest
people
gun laws
bring
in
guns
America.
in. We understand that these circumstances allow your coordination, and I would much find it stronger to say that the Attorney General is directed to do such where there is a gap, or that the Attorney General can rely upon federal laws. I don't think I see this clearly here in order to prosecute a violation of the state. And you use Title 18 U.S.C., the state declines to prosecute such conduct under substantially similar state law. Well, we don't have any much in the state of Texas. We certainly have felons who cannot rob a bank, and I assume if they had a gun, that is an element of prosecution. But we're talking about the incidences of mass murders. And so this amendment, of which I certainly am empathetic to your intent, does not work or give any help to the mourning parents in Texas who are mourning quite frequently, including Rhonda Hart, whose daughter Kimberly Vaughn was killed because the gun was not securely stored in Santa Fe, Texas, and nor would have helped the circumstances in Uvalde. With that, Mr. Chairman, I have to oppose the underlying amendment.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No.
No.
In the opinion of the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? For what purpose does Mr. Massey seek recognition?
That was it. It failed.
Mr. Chairman, I seek to offer an amendment.
The clerk will report the
Reserve
amendment.
a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Was that
Amendment
the
to
one?
the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7910, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
The amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the 6 titles of this gun control bill is called Title II, Prevent Gun Trafficking. I'm not sure why it's necessary. It's trying to outlaw something that's already illegal. It says it shall be unlawful for any person to knowingly purchase or acquire or attempt to purchase or acquire a firearm for possession of a third party. If you do this today, if you go to an FFL and you buy a firearm, you sign on the form, the 4473, that you are purchasing that firearm for yourself, not for another individual. In other words, you are attesting, you are swearing that
I wonder if Kyle
you are
Rittenhouse.
not a straw purchaser of this
I wonder
firearm.
if the guy that got the gun for Kyle
So
Rittenhouse.
why is Title
filled
II
that out.
preventing gun trafficking necessary? It says that it's going to outlaw the exact same thing that's already illegal. So when somebody offers a law or a new law that does something that an old law already does, the question is, what more does it do? Or what more does it intend to do? And one of the things we should make sure that this new law doesn't do is create more victims undefendable victims of domestic violence. So the law that's proposed today here, Prevent Gun Trafficking, has exceptions. It says that if the firearm is purchased or acquired by any person that wants to give it as a bona fide gift to another family member, that they're not a gun trafficker. Okay, that makes sense. Or if it's purchased by an agent of a lawful business,
in order for another agent of that business, let's say a rancher, I presume, buys a firearm because one of their ranch hands needs it to shoot coyotes or something. But it's lacking something here that I think it needs, and that's why I'm offering this amendment. My amendment says this section, this gun trafficking section, shall not apply to any firearm if the purchaser or person acquiring the firearm transfers the firearm to a victim of domestic violence for his or her protection.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield to the gentleman from Georgia.
How do you define domestic violence in this amendment?
No reason to believe.
How would you define it?
Well, there's a whole lot of domestic violence. I mean, that's an open term.
Somebody who has been a victim of domestic violence.
Well,
Can't see the future.
so that could be anybody. That could be anybody. It could be a bullying victim.
Gonna yield to me?
I'll yield to Mr. Bishop.
So I would say in response to the inquiry by the gentleman from Georgia that a term in the absence of a definition is construed by the court according to its normal and natural meaning.
That's a very good answer. I would agree. But whatever the legal term of domestic violence is, quit wasting time.
Is domestic violence?
If I may continue on,
I thought it was an excellent answer.
Sure, please.
Yeah, I would say that I don't know what limits there would be. For example, I've seen, you might think of domestic violence as between married people, or you might think, well, but we need to make sure it covers people in committed relationships who are not married. So I could see how you could have a more expansive definition.
Yeah, or
of
what
domestic
about
violence.
a child who's being abused by their
the
parents?
Essence of it, though. And
Is
I
that
would
not
also think
domestic
this being a
violence?
remedial measure, the court would interpret the term liberally to reach all reasonable constructions, including people in a domestic relationship. That would, and so I think it's pretty clear what domestic violence is. I yield back to Mr. Massey.
If the gentleman is concerned that it's an overly broad term, I will accept perfecting amendments to this to define domestic violence, and I reclaim my time. I think that anything we do today here, we have to think of the unintended consequences, and if this amendment would save one life, then it's worth voting for.
Will the gentleman yield to a question? Mr. Massey?
I am, sure, absolutely.
Don't be reluctant. You can handle it. My question is, I think the reason that this provision is included in this legislation is that there is currently not an explicit prohibition on straw purchasing. And so the first claim you made is that it repeats, and actually I think if you look at prosecutions, the requirement that the gun seller represent who's buying the gun, that person has a background check, doesn't preclude that person.
Reclaiming my time because I don't have much left. People are prosecuted for straw purchases. You are lying on a form when you fill out the 4473. And maybe they should be prosecuted more, but the law is already on the books. And I don't think that anybody who's trying to protect a domestic violence victim should be convicted of gun trafficking. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlelady insists on the point of order.
I withdraw my point of order.
Adler's
Your
mic
vote
is messed
withdrawn.
up.
I recognize myself
He
in
recognizes
opposition to the
himself.
amendment. This amendment is unnecessary because if you look at page 6 of the amendment nature of a substitute, lines 11 to 16, it reads, D, this section shall not apply to any firearm if the purchaser or person acquiring the firearm has no reason to believe that the recipient of the firearm will use or intends to use the firearm in a crime or is prohibited from purchasing or possessing firearms under state or federal law.
He's right.
In other words, this amendment does exactly what the bill already does. It's the straw purchase provision of the bill. And I assume, based on your amendment, that you support the ghost gun provision of the bill.
Would the gentleman,
I would oppose the amendment simply because it's redundant since it's already done in the bill.
Would the chairman yield real quickly? The provision that he just read also requires that the firearm is purchased or acquired by any person or person that wants to give it as a gift to a family member, or that they are an agent of a lawful business and intends to give it to another agent of that lawful business.
It's one of those double
it requires
military
either one of
helicopters.
those
It's a
in
Huey.
addition to what the
It's a
chairman
goddamn
stated.
Huey with
It's
the two
still a gift.
blades
It's still
on
a
it.
gift.
Look
It
at
does
that.
not.
No, it has to be a gift to a family
military,
member,
one
which
of
is
the big old
defined in
military
here,
choppers just
and
flew over.
Family member is defined
Dude,
as
there it
stepbrother
goes,
and
man.
uncle.
Family member is
Holy shit.
is covered by the term any person.
That was cool,
The term
man.
family member is defined.
It was a goddamn Huey.
It has to be an uncle or a niece or a nephew. So if you transferred under this law here today that seeks to be passed, if you transferred a firearm to a victim of domestic violence and you were not related to them, you would be in violation of a federal law punishable, I believe, by up to 10 years. And I seek to rectify that with this amendment.
Yeah, well, the issue, Mr. Massey, is you have to draw the line somewhere, otherwise.
But it's not redundant. My amendment is not redundant, with all due respect, as the chairman stated.
Yeah.
Oh, you see him all the time?
Saying, you have to, the issue is you have to draw the line somewhere, otherwise you're allowing open transfers. And that's what the bill does, and the amendment wouldn't change that.
But no, the amendment does change this law so that somebody does not go to prison, to federal prison, for trying to help a domestic violence victim.
It doesn't actually require any
This one
proof
was
of
headed
domestic
south.
violence. So it doesn't change the bill at
Southwest.
all.
It would be a defense for somebody who was convicted under this. They could offer that they were
Southeast.
assisting a victim of domestic violence. And if they could.
They would still have to prove that.
That's right. That's right.
And that doesn't change the bill.
No, absolutely, because that is not a defense if the bill isn't improved with my amendment. That's
West.
not a defense.
The amendment doesn't change
Just
the
had
bill
to
at
do
all.
West.
They would have to do that with or without the
So
amendment.
like Tampa.
I yield to Mr. Bishop, who could maybe explain.
I'm not sure I can do better than
I'm
that,
sorry,
Mr.
it's the
Massey.
chairman's time. I
My
apologize.
time. I'll yield to Mr. Bishop.
Yeah, wait, I saw it going in that direction.
I don't know if I can do better than that. Mr. Massey's very explicitly explained why the segment that you read does not provide protection to all domestic violence victims. He has set out a separate defense in his amendment for a domestic violence victim not to be prosecuted for receiving
south. It was headed
or
south.
trafficking in guns.
Reclaiming my time, we'll work with you if we can come up with a better definition of victim of domestic violence.
Due south.
That's what it comes down to. I don't think we can, but if we can, fine.
Would the chairman yield?
I'll yield.
Well, I think the
Headed towards
scenario is
Miami.
you have a lady who has been a victim of domestic violence, and her neighbor or she goes to the neighbor and wants some kind of protection, and he helps her. He says, "Okay, we want to help this lady so she can protect her life, protect herself." And that is not covered under the legislation. Mr. Massey's amendment is really that scenario because the neighbor is not a family member. It's a neighbor who understands what's going on and wants to help her out.
Mr.
That's the
Chairman, will you
scenario.
yield for?
Reclaiming my time, it's an interesting story, but we still have to come up with a definition of victim of domestic violence.
Mr.
He
Chairman,
says like
As I
good
said, we're willing to
story.
work with you on
Well,
that.
no, you've changed you initially said
Great story,
the
bro.
text covered it. The text doesn't cover it. So now if we got to come up with a definition, we'll do
Cool
that.
story.
Text does cover it.
No, it doesn't.
but Mr. Chairman,
The text covers it, but if you think it doesn't cover it enough, sufficiently, we'll work with you for a better definition of victim of domestic violence. But I think the bill covers it. I'll yield to Mrs. Cicilline.
I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, I think if the scenario that the ranking member just used, I think would be covered by the subsection D, which says this section shall not apply to any firearm if the purchaser or person acquiring the firearm, that is the neighbor, has no reason to believe that the recipient of the firearm will use or intends to use the firearm in a crime or is prohibited from purchasing or possessing firearms under state or federal law. Why wouldn't that?
Keep reading. And
the firearm
Is purchased or acquired by any person or that any other person intends to purchase or acquire as a bona fide gift between family members or is purchased or acquired by an agent. So why would that example not be covered by the existing language of the
because
statute?
they're not a family member.
No, or is purchased or acquired by an agent of a lawful business or that agent of a lawful
They're
business.
not a business agent. Like you're having a hard time understanding what domestic violence is, but it's not a
No,
family
it's not.
member.
It's not.
And it's not a business agent.
It's not a hard time understanding what domestic violence is. It's a hard time understanding why you think the provisions that are in the bill now do not already cover that scenario. And I'll yield to Mary Gay. I believe it's my time, Mr. Chairman.
No, actually, isn't
I think
it?
it's my time.
And it's well
Oh, it is. I'm sorry.
I
thought you recognized me.
think it's our turn, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I do.
Who seeks wait a minute. Who seeks recognition on the amendment?
I do.
Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Thank you, sir.
No, I
No,
will use my time.
It just, well, yeah. Whew. I think I'm gonna, are you ready to take some time yielded? Because I'm not sure I can get myself straight.
I just
Go
want
ahead.
to.
Well, let me say this before Mr. Massey comes back to it. Let's assume this is a superfluous amendment. Let's assume that Mr. Massey's amendment to protect victims of domestic violence from being prosecuted as gun traffickers because they receive a gun to protect themselves. Let's assume that particular protection is superfluous. That duplicates the protection in the subsection you're reading from. I don't think it is, but let's assume that. What is the problem in stating it twice so that a person who's been suffering domestic violence is protected? And, and it just is a general theme here.
I like that.
I think what I've heard across the aisle all day long is that Republicans are intransigent and won't cooperate to come up with reasonable mechanisms. And third point, this is a great issue. It's core to the question of whether it's an appropriate new law to put on the books. If you had had a conversation with us about any of the stuff in this instead of just ramming it onto a markup and bringing us in here, we wouldn't be having the discussion from the dais trying to sort this out. With all that said, I'll yield to Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I mean, it's kind of frustrating here to debate the knowable and what is in plain language and what has been written and introduced by the other side of the aisle. Their bill has no provision to protect domestic violence victims. It does not apply to them. And the fact that they are just now discovering it in this hearing that was rushed, we got 48 hours of notice. Maybe they didn't think through all of these bills. Maybe they didn't realize you're going to create gun traffickers out of
Jesse
members that are trying
Pinkman's
to
in the
help
background.
domestic violence
Jesse
victims.
Pinkman's cooking meth in the Senate.
Just read the bill
Jesse
that has
Pinkman.
been introduced. It's not superfluous. What I'm
Pinkman.
saying here.
Science,
and I think it's
bitch.
important-
Hey, that's science, bitch.
Let me close with this
What?
before I give it back to Mr. Bishop. I
Hey,
think it's
Mr.
indicative
White.
of the lack of
Mr.
thought
White, hey,
and the
we're talking about guns, Mr.
consequences
White.
that will stem
Science, bitch.
from these bills that they're trying to pass today.
Jesse
And
Pinkman.
Their lack of knowledge of what it does and doesn't allow, and I yield back to Mr. Bishop.
100%. And before I give a specific example that will not be covered by the exception to which the Democrats have referred, I want it to be clear that when a vote is taken on this amendment, Democrats are going to vote against protecting victims of domestic violence from possibly being prosecuted as gun traffickers because they receive a weapon to protect themselves. That's what's at issue. Now let me give you a specific example. If people are cohabitating as roommates in a property, and one is beating the tar out of the other one on a regular basis, and the one being beaten gets a gun from a friend, they're prosecutable under your bill. Both the friend and the victim, absolutely. So Mr. Massey wants to have a very modest amendment to provide for that. You're against it.
He wants to
Fine.
load the jails up.
Anybody else on our side want time?
They want to
Anybody
load
want
the
to
jails up,
contradict what I
man.
just said on the other side?
While they're doing this.
Didn't think so. I yield back.
Prison Planet. I will only snort half a line.
Gentleman
Super
yields back for
relative
purposes of
soldier.
Ms. Scanlon seek recognition.
I seek to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm really gratified to hear that our colleagues have concerns about victims of domestic violence because they've been so resistant to helping us pass an evidence-based protection for victims of domestic violence, and that would be closing the boyfriend loophole. The loophole that precludes us from removing
Would the gentlewoman
firearms
yield?
from the home. I was going to finish my thought first.
Okay.
Prevents us from removing weapons from the homes of someone who's been convicted of domestic violence, and that would be a place we could look for a definition of domestic violence, certainly in VAWA. But our colleagues all voted against VAWA because of that very provision. So I would urge that if we want to do an amendment, we do one that deals with removing guns from the homes of stalkers, people who've been convicted of stalking or domestic violence, because the evidence shows that's where there is actually a risk of gun violence. And I'd yield back to the chair. Yes.
The gentleman yield. Gentlelady yield. I just want to add that there is no research to support the idea that women's gun ownership increases their safety, regardless of whether they're in-person violence victims. In fact, studies show the opposite, that women living in households with a firearm are at greater risk of homicide. A study of female intimate partner homicide risk factors found that even for women who lived apart from their abuser, there was no evidence of protective impact from owning a gun. And a California study found that women who purchased a gun died by firearm homicide at twice the rate of women who did not. I'll yield back to the gentlelady.
Do you wish to yield to me?
Sorry, no, I yielded back to the chair.
It's the gentlelady's time.
Mr. Chairman, I asked unanimous consent to submit.
It's the gentlelady's time.
I yielded back to the chair.
Oh, then I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Who
Chairman.
seeks recognition?
I have unanimous consent requests.
Mr. Massey?
I'd like to submit to the record an article from the New York Post, November 4th, 2019. Pregnant Florida mom uses AR-15 to kill home intruder.
Without objection. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
I'd yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. And recognizing this might be taken one step too far, I just want to make sure I understand. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, did she respond to this concern by talking about another bill? That's what I thought. And so that's where it stands. No one has an answer to the example that I gave of a domestic violence situation that is not protected from being classified as a gun trafficker under this bill. Mr. Massey proposed a...
Right on, Treasure Coast.
I guess you guys are for
3
victimizing
hours.
domestic victims, domestic violence victims. You will not respond to it substantively, and the only answer coming from the other side in response to that, you can't rebut that example.
I hope the sound
The
is
only
okay.
answer of Ms.
It's not too
Scanlon
loud,
is to talk
it?
about another bill that somebody didn't support. Fine. That's great. I don't think you could make a clearer case for the nature of the dialogue, the nature of this proceeding on this particular bill, this package of stuff, than that example. And I thank you, Mr. Massey, for a great bill. I yield back to Mr. Jordan. A great amendment.
Mr. Jordan, would you yield to me, please?
I'll give you a second. The Good Samaritan in the illustration Mr. Bishop gave is going to be a trafficker under this legislation. The person who's been abused is going to be a trafficker under this legislation and face enhanced penalties under this legislation because they won't accept this amendment. That's what this does, which gets to the point we've talked about now for several hours. This is all about making it tougher for law-abiding citizens to protect themselves and exercise their Second Amendment liberties. That's what this legislation does. We all understand it. It's a darn good amendment. I can't believe it won't be accepted. I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
So I want to talk about where I started out here. If we have a law that does something that the law already accomplishes, why do we need the new law? Well, the difference between the existing law, if you're a straw purchaser under the existing law, you can be convicted. In other words, a Good Samaritan who buys a firearm, gives it to domestic violence victim. Only the purchaser, the original purchaser, can be convicted under existing law. This amendment changes that situation so that the recipient of the firearm, the domestic violence victim, can also be prosecuted as a gun trafficker. So that's the difference between the existing law and what will happen if this law passes. Why in the world would Democrats want to prosecute a domestic violence victim who's received a firearm for his or her self-defense?
Proud moment in the formulation of legislation in this committee. Proud moment.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from Colorado.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. I really think this is precious. It's a precious moment, and I hope Americans get the chance to watch the last 15 minutes of this. The first argument that the chair raised in opposition to this amendment was that it was redundant, that the bill already covered. And then when it was obvious that the bill already didn't cover it, then the chairman said, well, we don't really know what domestic violence is. We on the Judiciary Committee don't understand domestic violence. So, it may not be redundant, but define domestic violence for us. And then when it was obvious what domestic violence means, and it's covered in state law and federal law, but then we hear from the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, well, women can't really protect themselves. They're not capable of protecting themselves with guns. I hope you tell the women of this country that the Second Amendment doesn't apply to them, that they're incapable of because in Colorado, frankly, the concealed carry permit classes, there are more women who are taking those classes in many jurisdictions, from what I understand from the sheriffs, than men taking those classes. So women should have the right to protect themselves.
Interesting, Cenk, calling men, people that own guns, people that are questioning their sexuality, their manhood.
who
really?
intends to harm them.
Women
Maybe
are
Democrats
more
can come up
interested
with
in
a
them
few
than
other
men,
red herring reasons to
Fail
oppose
tweet,
this very
Jake.
good amendment, an amendment that would strengthen the bill, an amendment that would make America a safer place. But right now, you failed on 3 counts. And I think that it is time that you acknowledge that Mr. Massey has a good amendment and agree to his amendment. And I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
I think it's time you just all submit. That was great.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose is the gentlelady from
Hey, look what else I
Texas
found. So Cali train wreck, a whole jar, man. I didn't even know I had, man. I got all this
Gentlelady from
cannabis right
Texas.
here. Oh my god. Dude, I just found this live on
I'm
my
going
show.
to strike the last
Just sitting here doing a little cleaning.
word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I think the one thing that the American people should know is that Democrats can absolutely not be classified as not fighting to protect women in particular from the scourge of domestic violence. That is just something that I will absolutely not accept. We've been painted with many colors today that I will certainly not accept. In fact, I will reject very loudly and openly, because I remember the pain of trying over and over and over again to get the Violence Against Women Act passed, authored by myself and many other co-sponsors of a comprehensive omnibus bill dealing with every aspect of domestic violence, including, of course, the boyfriend loophole, which still became an obstacle in the Senate and never got passed. But it left the House with that provision in it to protect the victims of domestic violence. I've had officers in my jurisdiction to admit that the domestic violence call is the most dangerous, and some have lost their lives. For everyone that offers an explanation that Democrats are not both emotionally tied to and cognizant of the limit or the levels of violence in domestic violence, of which we can expand this definition, it is soundly rejected by our history and by the legislation that we've offered over and over again. And so I would say to Mr. Massey, some modification of his legislation may be well placed. But I do think the underlying support for allowing the transfer in a domestic violence circumstance is in Section D on page 6. And if it was read simply, it says the section should not apply to any firearm if the purchaser or person acquiring the firearm has no reason to believe that the recipient of the firearm will use or intends to use the firearm in a crime or is prohibited from purchasing or possessing firearms under state law.
Did gentlelady yield? There's an and at the end of that.
Not at this point. Not at this point.
Huh.
There are 10 dead people in Buffalo.
Can you believe that?
Choose to.
She will take
Show
that
their faces,
legislation
their names
out of context. A gentleman will point out that she's taking it out of context, and she ignores it, and she acts like, no, I have all of the facts. They're my facts. It's my set of facts, and I don't need to read the rest of the legislation because it'll totally blow her argument out of the water, probably.
Trying to use
It's hilarious.
falsities
What a joke.
to label those of us who've been working on this issue very long. We've extended the olive branch, Mr. Massey, for some modification of your language. And that is a decent offer. The bill can move toward the floor and a more defined amendment might be appropriate. But apparently, with all well intention, my good friends grab on to one issue, Second Amendment. They go on and on and on and on about the Second Amendment, complete false argument.
No, it's not.
Because there are no limitations on the restrictions that could be implemented under the Second Amendment.
It's not a false.
Several cases uphold that. For every case you have, the Supreme Court has upheld that. And the same thing, but using an argument about our opposition or lack of sensitivity to the victims of domestic violence, I could refute again the argument about a good guy or a good lady with a gun doesn't always rule the day, particularly against weapons of mass destruction or in a volatile situation like domestic violence. This is about trafficking, straw purchases. We want this section to stand for what it is supposed to stand for, and that is the outright outrage of people passing off guns and creating havoc and killing people in urban rural communities. So I think there is merit to your intent, Mr. Massey, but I will not accept the high road in contrast to what we have done, what this committee has tried to do, my subcommittee in particular with its members, on protecting persons against domestic violence. I ask you to reconsider your amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To strike the last word on this.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Massey is right. He's proposing an amendment that will help with domestic violence. It will help protect women who are victims or have been victims of domestic violence. Because if they accept a gun from a friend after beatings, threats, the kind of thing that I dealt with as a prosecutor, I've seen, and by the way, to have more than one Democrat tell us, you know, we don't care about domestic violence, or that, oh, they're pleased that all of a sudden we've shown interest. I've got decades of dealing with it, and having had women, even all these years after leaving the bench, thank me that I don't even remember because I handled so many felony cases, for giving them their lives back because I saw through the garbage of their husband or their male partner who was so abusive. You've got no high road, no right to condescend. You don't know what our lives are. You don't know how we have fought domestic violence. I carry some of the scars from dealing with that issue, trying to help people over the decades that I dealt with it. But so he's got a good amendment. We don't need the condescension. It's not superfluous, this amendment. It's quite good, actually. And to condescend and say why we voted against DAWA, there was a lot of garbage in there. There was some good things, but again, Democrats weren't interested in coming together, but rather just trying to get a political win or notch on the belt. But let me mention some of the things that continue to be brought up regarding ending assault weapons in multiple magazines. The Justice Department itself has said that the impacts on gun markets and gun violence, well, talking about the assault weapons ban, but include multiple containments in magazines. The Justice Department said should be renewed. The ban's effects on gun violence are likely to be a small at best, perhaps too small for reliable measurement. Assault weapons were rarely used in gun crimes even before the ban. And over the course of the 10-year assault weapons ban, mass shootings still occurred, including Columbine. And according to data from the FBI, 2015 to 2019, you're twice as likely to be killed by hands or feet than you are to be killed by a rifle. And that seems to be what has scared so many people. The Virginia Tech shooter did not use a semi-automatic rifle nor an automatic rifle. I use those in the Army, but what people are calling assault weapons, 223 round. It's just barely bigger than a 22. Which, by the way, experts testify organized crime like to use 22 because the rounds are so difficult to ever trace to a gun. But an assault weapons ban is just a talking point, does not deal with the root cause of violence. And it appears so much is political today. You don't want our amendments. It seems like you came in with the attitude, even a good amendment like this, you're determined to stop it. Now, as a judge handling thousands of felony cases, I don't remember any significant felonies where the perpetrator went in, bought a gun, got the background check, or bought a gun without one, but they always had to get one. There is no loophole for the gun shows. I mean, if a federal firearm licensee is selling a gun, there has to be, no matter where it is. There's no online loophole. That's false as well. But so many of these, most of these mass shootings, they got approved by the background check and they bought the gun. So there is so much that's just talking points, but it's not going to solve the problem. And we want to solve the problem. I go back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson of Georgia seek recognition?
I'll move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a solemn hearing. It is a place where personal experiences have been shared in terms of the loss of loved ones. We're grieving as a nation for the loss of 29 of our fellow citizens due to gun violence out of control here in America, mass murders, another one yesterday, and this is a solemn moment, but yet my friends on the other side of the aisle are playing games, trying to muck up the works of a very straightforward piece of legislation with the intent and the name of protecting our kids. We're trying to protect our kids. We're looking to raise the age to 21 for someone to be able to purchase a long gun. And we're trying to prevent gun trafficking. That's what we're talking about right now with this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, it's my humble opinion that if you give my colleagues on the other side of the aisle an inch, then the NRA takes a mile. This amendment appears or would appear to be quite reasonable, but what it really does is like a Trojan horse. It opens up the legislation. It puts a big hole that you can drive 3 Mack trucks through at the same time. Talking about victims of domestic violence. What is a victim of domestic violence? What is a victim, by the way? Is that somebody who has just been threatened or who thinks that they've been threatened?
What is his problem?
Is it somebody who received a phone call?
This guy's an idiot.
Wow. What is a threat? What is a victim of domestic violence? I mean, you can drive, unless that term is defined.
It is defined, you idiot.
With sufficient specificity.
It is in the law books.
It will hurt this
I'm telling you,
legislation.
He's an idiot.
And I would submit that
he's a blithering idiot. I don't know how he got voted into office.
Amendment would drive a hole into this legislation. I think we should do what we set out to do, which is to prevent as much gun trafficking as we possibly can. And we also don't want to open the door for untraceable weapons, ghost guns, to be allowed to be transferred to so-called victims of so-called domestic violence, whatever domestic violence is. Domestic violence can be between a man and a woman. It can be between a schoolyard bully and somebody in school. What's to keep someone under this amendment from transferring a weapon to someone who is less than 18 years old. So we don't want to get into that at all. We also want to do our work on safe storage so that people like Ethan Young, 15 years old, his mother is here today, has been sitting dutifully through this hearing to see us do the work that she knows we need to do, and so many other Americans know that we need to do. Let's stop playing games. Let's stop smiling and laughing, thinking that we got somebody on an amendment, and let's go ahead and just pass this legislation. This is good legislation. It is composed of components that have been out there this is nothing new in these legislative proposals. All of this legislation has been out there. It's been put together in this package to protect our kids. And let's protect our kids today. Stop playing games, and let's move. Let's move to pass this legislation. And with that, I'll yield to the gentleman from Rhode Island.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just think there's a fundamental disagreement between our friends on the side of the aisle and the proponents of this legislation, and that is this sort of suggestion that if you just inject more guns, you'll enhance safety of individuals. You want more guns in schools, you want more good guys to have guns, even though we have more guns in America than any place in the world, more guns than people. That hasn't brought us safety.
This guy's not making any
sense. Even though there's lots of empirical evidence that shows the presence of a gun in the situation of domestic violence makes it much more likely, almost 10 times more likely, that the victim will die of gun violence. So injecting guns is not a solution to that either. And so I think there's just a fundamental disagreement that the way we can enhance safety is by making sure more people have guns. And that's why I think this amendment, because of what Mr. Johnson explained, it would essentially gut this part of the bill and allow someone to claim that they're a victim or have given it to a victim of domestic violence without any of those terms being defined. It's again, it is premised on this notion that I think our Republican friends believe the more guns.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my friend from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline. There is a disagreement on this committee, and the disagreement comes down to whether an individual should have the right to protect themselves. We're not talking about forcing someone to take a gun, a domestic violence victim to take a gun to protect themselves. We're talking about whether someone should have the right to defend themselves and not be violating a law in the process of having that right to defend themselves. Now, given the situation, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle may very well say, I don't want that gun. I don't want to defend myself with a gun. I'm willing to suffer whatever consequences there are from the predator in the domestic violence situation, and I don't want the gun. That's fine. You have that right. You have the right to go hide in the closet and do whatever you want to do. Mr. Massey's amendment is something different. For a man or a woman who is a victim of domestic violence to be able to stand up and protect themselves is a fundamental right that we have in this country. And for my Democrat colleagues to suggest that they want to take that right away, I think is really dangerous. I also, it is just amusing to me that people on the Judiciary Committee and the United States House of Representatives are asking the question, what is a domestic violence victim? We know what a domestic violence victim is. It's an individual who is involved in a intimate relationship that it becomes a victim, that is a victim of a assault or threat. Now, to suggest that some schoolyard bully is a domestic violence victim, we all know that's not true. You're raising issues out there that aren't accurate. If you really cared about domestic violence victims, you would talk to Mr. Massey right now and say, let's define domestic violence victims if there is some doubt about what the definition is, and let's move forward with this amendment. And with that, I yield to my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado. Everybody on the other side of the aisle is looking for the gotcha in this amendment. There is no gotcha. I found a fundamental flaw with your bill. I'm trying to fix it. I didn't even think there'd be a debate on this. I thought you'd recognize it immediately. And I would love to take my colleague, Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee's offer up to work on this later behind closed doors. But the problem is, how do you negotiate later in good faith with people who don't even recognize that the bill is flawed right now. Nobody on the other side of the aisle has yet conceded that there is an "and" at the end of the sentence that they keep reading, that in order to transfer a firearm and not be convicted as a gun trafficker, it has to be a family member or a lawful business agent. There is no domestic violence exception in their bill. I'm trying to add it. I'm confounded and confused as to why they would not accept it.
Because there should not be such an exception.
Wonder if
Bill.
Mr. Buck would yield to me to supplement your point if you're done. Not quite.
Not quite, but we've gone through several levels here. First, they said that they didn't know what domestic violence was. I'm glad our Democratic colleague from Pennsylvania cleared that up for them, and they remembered they've introduced multiple bills to deal with domestic violence. So now they know what it is.
It's a clown
but they
show.
still have a hard time reading this. And then we just were
If you've been paying attention,
by the claim that women can't defend themselves.
This is
and that they
hilarious.
shouldn't be
What this
given
guy
that
is
right.
saying is
And the
hilarious.
fundamental problem with their bill is it changes the existing law such that not just the Good Samaritan can be prosecuted, but now the victim of domestic violence can be prosecuted for receiving a firearm. And that is wrong. I yield back to Mr. Buck.
And I yield to Mr. Bishop from North Carolina.
I thank the gentleman. And I don't know, Mr. Massey, it took me, frankly, sitting here very candidly, until Mr. Cicilline spoke, I wasn't getting it.
Yep.
I thought that what we were arguing over is whether your amendment was superfluous, whether it duplicated pieces that are already in the bill. As it turns out, Mr. Cicilline's made clear that is not the problem from the perspective of the Democrats. They don't want anybody to be able to defend themselves with a gun, even a person who's a victim of domestic violence. I yield back to Mr. Buck and hopes Mr. Jordan gets a chance.
Gentlemen,
And I yield to Mr. I yield to Mr. Gomer. Does Mr. Jordan want time?
Yeah,
I'm
please.
sorry.
I'll take time.
Yeah, I yield to Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Bishop made the fundamental point. This is about taking guns away from people, not letting them have a firearm to protect themselves. Where the Democrats are going to take us, let's just be clear. They're going to take us to a world where only the bad guys can get the guns. That's where they're going to take us. That is intentionally, exactly. That is the world they are taking us to, and that's why we are opposed to this legislation. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Gentleman yield.
And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
What purpose does, who's seeking recognition from, what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just reading the legislation which is before us, and with respect to the issue of gun trafficking, if you begin on page 5, 932A, it shall be unlawful for any person in or otherwise affecting interstate or foreign commerce to knowingly purchase or acquire or attempt to purchase or acquire a firearm for the possession of a third party. So in the example of your neighbor giving a gun to an individual who's a victim of domestic violence, there is no third party. And so this would not be prohibited under the statute. This requires the receipt of a firearm for the possession of a third party in its initial definition. So I think this is an interesting discussion, but I think it doesn't apply because it wouldn't be criminalized.
The gentleman yield?
With that, sure.
The victim is the third party in the hypothetical.
No, in the hypothetical, you said a neighbor is giving a gun to someone who's a victim of domestic violence. There's two people, the neighbor and the domestic violence.
Oh, no.
No, reclaiming my time. The statute says a person who purchases or acquires a gun for a third party from...
One party is the purchaser, the other party is the seller, the third party is the victim to whom you're giving the gun.
The example you're talking about is when a neighbor gives a gun to someone who's a victim of domestic violence. There's two people, there's no third party. The statute doesn't apply. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
I'll just strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield my time to Mr. Gomer.
And I appreciate that. I've been flabbergasted after years of hearing Democrats talk about domestic violence to now hear Democrats say they don't know what it is. They don't know what a definition is. That's amazing. Amazing. I think all people on our side understand what domestic violence is. So we can talk about that later. But when it comes to, I'm also amazed. the scenario that Mr. Cicilline talked about, there is a third party. If you're not acquiring a gun for a third party, you're you're not guilty of the crime. Of course, there's a third party. So that's a good prosecutor would not be able to take that position. They would be able to go after the third party who is the victim of what those on the Republican side know is domestic violence. So, and like I said, bullied on a playground, that's not domestic violence. We understand that. So, and if you've ever prosecuted, perhaps if you've defended people guilty of domestic violence, you'd be familiar with it too. But having prosecuted, I can assure you, I know what it is, and I'm surprised more Democrats don't. But this amendment will be helpful to the bill and will help to avoid doing terrible injustice, which is one of the reasons it's good not to rush into a bill with an emotional basis for the bill. It's why a cooling off period is important. So you make sure you consider the very things like Mr. Massey has found to fix one of the injustices in the bill. So if you care about injustice, you would say, you know what, he's got a good point. If you still don't know what domestic violence is, I'll be glad to work with Thomas to get a definition that will help you understand. It won't be very difficult in view of all the domestic violence legislation that there's been. But in the meantime, please, just say this is going to create a hole you could drive a truck through. How about a tiny hole that it creates just enough to protect a victim and not have more injustice inflicted upon a victim because our committee was hell-bent on passing legislation without any input whatsoever from people on our side that have dealt extensively with this issue for decades. So I appreciate the amendment. I appreciate Mr. Tiffany yielding. I yield back to Mr. Tiffany.
Mr. Chairman, sorry my camera's not on right now. Somehow I lost it here. But I would just add on to the point that Representative Goldmark just made, and it's germane to the amendment that I just produced prior to Representative Massey's, is that it's clear this bill has been rushed. And rather than coming in and working with Republicans to get additional items that we should be considering and working it out ahead of time, this is why we're here now with these amendments. I think it was Mr. Jones who said, you know, what do you guys got? Well, this is what we have. And you're hearing that there are really legitimate concerns. We have a rush process that is not functioning properly. We should really take the time to do this in the right way. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass.
Bass votes aye. Bass votes aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr.
Bass
Jeffries.
votes no. I'm sorry. Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
Raskin votes no.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings?
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton? Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa?
Aye.
Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Sparts?
Ms. Sparts?
Sparts votes yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz?
Benz votes aye.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Owens?
Owens votes aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Oh, no, this is Stanton. How am I recorded?
Mr. Stanton, you are not recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye.
Does Mr. Stanton really want to vote aye? Okay. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 20 ayes and 24 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Mr.
Reserve
Chairman.
a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
A point of order is reserved. Oh, wait a minute. For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7910.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous
Chairman,
consent the amendment.
the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman will have 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned in my opening statement earlier today, I'd like to think that there are ways that we could work together in a bipartisan manner to produce a better legislative product than the one that we're currently considering today. The amendment that I offer now, like the one that I had offered earlier in this markup, is one of the ways that we could work together. My amendment is fairly straightforward. It would amend the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program to make eligible for benefits retired police officers who are killed in public or private security roles. To be eligible, the retired officer must have left police service in good standing, and he or she must be injured or killed while actively protecting a community, a business, a school, a neighborhood, or some other similar entity in a paid security role. I offered a nearly identical amendment 3 weeks ago when we were considering changes to the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program for traumatic stress-related issues. At the time, Mr. Chairman, you may recall that you pledged to work together on the issue going forward, and I agreed to withdraw the amendment at that time. Well, two things have changed since then. First, the other legislation moved forward within days and passed the House before we had any chance at all to work to include my proposal. I don't necessarily hold you responsible for that because I know sometimes these things are made at a higher pay grade, but I was a bit miffed about ultimately it didn't happen. But more importantly, we witnessed another high-profile selfless act by a retired police officer trying to protect his community. Just days after the committee considered changes to the bill that I just mentioned, or that program, retired Buffalo police officer Aaron Salter Jr. confronted the shooter in that supermarket where he worked as a security guard. Tragically, Mr. Salter, a 55-year-old African-American former officer, died as a result of that confrontation. But his selfless sacrifice helped to protect his friends and neighbors and many others. He had shown that same dedication to his community as a Buffalo police officer for nearly 30 years before retiring in 2018. While the Buffalo Police Commissioner honored Mr. Salter by posthumously promoting him to lieutenant and awarded him the Medal of Honor, his family will not receive benefits under the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program. Just as we saw with another retired African-American officer in St. Louis, Captain David Dorn. Lieutenant Salter's family will not receive benefits under the program because he died after retirement and serving his community in a private capacity. Mr. Chairman, being a police officer is a very difficult and dangerous job. I think we can all agree on that. But it's also essential to the maintenance of a civil society, a fact that has long been recognized by Congress. In fact, in 1968, Congress authorized the creation of the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program, which provides death and education benefits to police officers and their families when an office
So we passed a PXLG benefit during Police Week already.
Mr. Chairman, we have no audio.
Yes, we know that he's frozen. We're waiting to see if he comes back. Mr. Shabbat, you've lost your audio.
work and contribute to
Now
society. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oftentimes, retired officers like Lieutenant Salter and Captain Dorn continue to serve their communities in a similar capacity as they had as a police officer. They work as school resource officers, provide security to hospitals, office building, places of employment, small businesses, neighborhoods, apartments, a whole range of places that they provide security. By all accounts, Mr. Salter and Dorn are the types of people we want serving as police officers, and yet, even though they both died serving the communities they love, neither officer's families currently is entitled to benefits under the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program because they retired from the police force. Mr. Chairman, we have thousands and thousands of examples of police officers who are near retirement or have recently retired. And those officers have been trained with taxpayer dollars, and many want to continue to serve the communities that they love. Making the common sense change that my amendment proposes will encourage more dedicated, properly trained police officers to do just that, which will ultimately make our community safer. And that's what my colleagues say they want to do is to make our community safer. Well, this amendment would actually do that. So I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentle lady insist on a point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I do insist on my point of order. It's not germane.
I agree that although I certainly appreciate where the gentleman is coming from, this amendment is way beyond the scope of this bill. This bill has nothing to do with public safety officers or their rewards, and I am constrained to rule it out of order.
I obviously disagree vehemently, but if that's the way the chairman is going to rule, that's the way it's going to rule, and I know we would lose in a vote.
Hello. Hey.
Police Week, and for him to know and for our colleagues to know that there was an offer, and the offer continues on separate legislation, Mr. Chabot, that you are now speaking about, to be able to assist in the very issues that you're raising. So we understand and are appreciably sympathetic on this important issue, and I know that the committee, as the chairman, will look, as they have said already, to work with you on some legislation. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purposes Mr. Massey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to offer.
The clerk will report the amendment. The point of order is reserved. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Title I of this gun control bill would raise the age to purchase a firearm from an FFL from 18 to 21 if it's basically a modern rifle or a modern shotgun. The problem with this is the Constitution covers individuals beginning at the age of 18, not at the age of 21, and so does the Second Amendment quite clearly. But the insult to injury comes when we tell these 18, 19, and 20-year-olds that they can die for their country, that they can sign up, they can use a firearm, they can be shot at, and they can give their lives for their country to protect the freedoms
19, and 20 years
and
old.
to protect the Constitution,
Right?
Yet they themselves will not be able to enjoy the rights.
And do you remember that man earlier said that teenagers, and I said teenagers, are in the military. What are you even talking about?
Right now,
This is what the federal government says it's okay for teenagers to have guns and be in the military. And he just basically validated what I said before, because I wasn't 100% sure what the enlistment age is in the United States military. But now I know.
On active duty. My amendment adds
He said 18, 19, and 20-year-olds
people that are accepted
in the
from this
military.
age restriction, any individual who has registered for selective service. In other words, if your country endeavors to conscript you into the service of that country, possibly to die for that country, to defend that country's constitution, then you deserve the rights that are protected by that constitution. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on her point of order? The gentlelady does not insist on her point of order. I'll recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. This amendment guts this provision of the bill because it says that an individual is registered for selective service, since every individual 18 years of age or over is required to register for every male individual is required to register for selective service. This would permit any male individual at 18 years of age to purchase a firearm. The purpose of this section of the bill is precisely to prevent people 18 years of age through 20 until 21 to purchase firearms, because there is a massive body of research that shows that 18 through 20-year-olds, having not completed the maturation of parts of their brains, are far more likely to engage in violence than people older than that.
Really?
So in that
So there must be a ton of violence from 17,
Well, and I yield back.
16,
Well, seeks recognition.
15, 14,
purposes,
13,
the gentleman from Ohio
12,
seeks
11-year-olds
word.
who are
Gentleman is
more than
recognized.
You just
capable
said
of grabbing
that
a
they're
gun
not
and
mature
shooting a
enough
whole
to
bunch
make
of people.
this kind of
Huh,
decision. But
why
these-
not?
If I'm not mistaken, the Democrats are wanting younger
Why
people
haven't
to
they?
actually
Why
vote.
aren't those age
When
groups going around
16-year-olds
killing a whole
decide
bunch of
who
people?
gets to make the laws in this country, but oh no, 18-year-olds can't purchase a firearm. And now we're saying that if you sign up for selective service and, as Mr. Massey indicated, will go defend your country, you're not qualified for the rights in that very Constitution you're going to take an oath if you join our military to defend. So this is just another good amendment from the gentleman from Kentucky, and I would yield to him to
Let me
talk.
yield for a moment.
Sure.
Is the gentleman aware that until you're 21, you can't even go into a bar and and get a shot of bourbon?
I'm certainly aware of that.
Okay.
In Kentucky, we would make an exception for that as well.
And when I went to college, probably when you went to college, Mr. Chairman, those weren't the rules, but they've since changed. I understand that. I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
The chairman says that individuals 18 to 20-year-old use his words, maturation of parts of their brains hasn't occurred. Then why do we allow them to make the decision to go fight for their country, to join the military? Furthermore, are we conscripting people who don't even have mature brains into the service of this country? That's why, I'm sorry, somebody needs to mute.
Someone needs to mute their microphone.
So that's why I tied this to selective service.
We're
And it's
looking at
also
you,
not
Lou.
the case that everybody who is 18 is registered with selective service. Law-abiding individuals who are 18 have registered with the selective service. And it's probably the case, even though I don't know this for sure, it's probably the case.
Oh,
that
it's okay to
somebody
take
without a
undeveloped
father,
minds and let them
somebody
go
with
defend
mental,
you on
issues,
foreign lands
somebody that hasn't
and
been
go
in
die
school
for
for the
you.
last 2 years.
This guy made
who,
an excellent
has
point.
committed one of
I
these
tell you,
heinous
man,
acts is probably not registered.
These Democrats,
with
the
selective
only
service.
reason they're doing this
And I yield
is
back to
for
the
votes.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Because they are not going to win this shit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Yeah, I would have to oppose this amendment because, as the chairman noted, it does essentially gut the purpose of raising the age, but only with respect to young men, because only young men are required to register for selective service. Almost all U.S. male citizens who are 18 through 25 are required to register. So it seems a very bizarre carve-out to allow young men who, by definition, have not yet been trained for the armed forces, and only young men, to be allowed to purchase weapons. Now, there's already in this bill an exception for people who have undergone that training and are members of the armed forces. So on those grounds, I would oppose this amendment and I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who else seeks recognition on the amendment? For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
I want to speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
I mean, the gentleman from Kentucky is making an important point about what we ask of, in the case of currently men, with respect to registering for selective service. And then here we're saying, for all practical purposes, and the chairman said it, you're mature enough to be drafted. You're mature enough to be forced into service in defense of the country. We can debate selective service separately, but you're not mature enough to have a weapon and to be able to defend yourself. And I think it begs a question about what do we believe adulthood is in this country. And Chairman mentioned 21 for drinking. Well, drinking is a privilege, certainly not a right, but it's a privilege. And so we make determinations about age, an appropriate level of maturity. But here, we say in this country that you've reached the age of maturity for virtually everything at age 18, notwithstanding some of the stuff going on.
Would the gentleman yield for a quick question? The gentleman yield for a quick question?
Who was that? I'm sorry.
Why is drinking a privilege, not a right?
Well, I mean, I know what we set the age in the Constitution, but it's not a natural right to drink whiskey. I know the gentleman from Kentucky might have a coronary when I say that, both from his libertarian sensibilities and being from Kentucky. But it's not a natural right from God per se. What was that?
I object.
I know you do. I know you would, and I know you would. My point is just simply what we're talking about here in terms of our rights to defend ourselves, and what we're talking about as a country about how we determine what the age of maturity is. This is a very important debate and a very important amendment that the gentleman from Kentucky offers for its raising of the principle and the question. We are blurring the lines of distinction for what we are saying is or is not reaching the age of maturity in this country. Are you or are you not an adult for all practical legal purposes when you're an American citizen? And you're going to be asked to be drafted and go to war. You're going to be able to be tried as an adult. You're able to be held accountable as an adult. You're able to vote and all of these things that get associated with being an adult. And here we're saying, no, you're not. You're not mature enough for that. That's, of course, at the heart of the constitutional questions, which the gentleman from North Carolina has ably raised with respect to both the Ninth Circuit opinion, but put aside the Ninth Circuit opinion, right? What is our opinion of the constitutionality of it, right? Put aside the Supreme Court's precedent, put aside the Ninth Circuit. What is our opinion as members of the United States Congress and the House Judiciary Committee about how you start parsing out rights based on the sensibilities of your vote, as opposed to some amount of consistency and recognition that if you're an adult, that we treat you as such. And I would just add that this entire discussion, and going back to Mr. Massey's First Amendment, which obviously already failed, I didn't jump in on it earlier, but I still find it really astounding that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle can't recognize the very significant flaw in there and seem to still ignore that "and" language, that "and" provision, and the extent to which we're setting as a baseline standard that you can't buy a firearm as a gift or for another person, even if you know that person not to be a prohibited individual or know that person not to be, or you don't have any reason to believe they'd be dangerous. You can't. We're setting a sort of baseline standard for that, which is not, that's a pretty significant advancement off of current law and the way we treat straw purchases with respect to, prohibiting them for prohibited persons. But in any event, I think this is an important amendment. I support the amendment from the gentleman from Kentucky. I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky if he wants to use the rest of my time.
Yes, thank you, the gentleman from Texas. What is the morality of conscripting people whose brains aren't fully formed, as the chairman suggested? Would it be moral to conscript a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old? I think we all agree not. But we do agree that when you're 18, 19, and 20, you are an adult and you are covered by the Constitution. And if you can be conscripted, and if you do have the ability to make an informed decision as to whether to join the military and evaluate the risks of doing so, then you should enjoy all of the rights.
Gentleman, yield.
It's not my time to yield, but you should enjoy all of the rights that you are defending by virtue of your service. And my colleague said it's a bizarre carve-out because it only applies to males. They're the only ones who can be conscripted right now, and I would be happy to include females if they would also be subject to selective service, which I'm not in favor of. But
So then,
Gentleman,
Mr. Roy's time has expired.
the gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Fitzgerald seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Fitzgerald seek recognition? Mr. Fitzgerald needs to unmute. Mr. Fitzgerald, if you want to speak, you must unmute. Who else? If no one else seeks recognition, the
Mr.
what
Gates.
purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
I'll move to strike the last word, if for no other reason than to alert Mr. Fitzgerald that his mute was never undone. But I'm sure he'll be right. I have a few thoughts on the measure.
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to answer a couple of people. I'm not sure who at this point. We recognize different ages for different purposes. We recognize 18 for the draft. We recognize 16 for driving in some states. We recognize 21 for drinking. So we recognize different ages for different purposes. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Could I have a second to engage that?
Certainly. I'll yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Would the chairman join me in co-sponsoring a bill to raise the draft age to 21?
No.
But the chairman feels that their brains aren't fully formed at 18, 19, and 20.
The research does indicate that in certain respects, but the selective service needs, I mean, if the country needs people, it needs people.
Needs people whose brains aren't fully formed?
Oh
In certain
my
respects, yes.
God!
I yield back.
Hoping that mine is fully formed at 40.
I hope so.
Do you, Mr. Gates?
I hope so.
Yeah, we won't put that to a vote.
Wise, very wise.
Like fodder.
All in favor?
Sent to the freaking
I
battlefields.
support Mr. Massey's amendment. I think raising the age for gun ownership to 21 of any kind is problematic. And if it didn't offend the Second Amendment, if it didn't offend our recognition of the patriotism of people who sign up for the selective service, and if it didn't offend federalism, I also wouldn't support it because I don't think it would be particularly effective. So like assuming the typical school shooter scenario where you've got some like crazed 19-year-old, if they are that determined, where they're training in a backyard, like they were in the Parkland case, which was reported to the FBI, if they're writing manifestos in the case of the Buffalo shooter, if they're stockpiling ammunition, like in the case of Aldi, I think they're going to find their way to precisely this type of weapon, despite this increase in the ability to buy it legally. And second, I don't think that these people wouldn't wait a year or two. I mean, I don't know that you gain a lot for people exercising their trauma a little bit later because you've artificially moved the line. So I think that raising the age for gun ownership comes at a really high constitutional cost and yields very little in terms of an ability to stop any of these violent events.
I don't like them.
And I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky for any of his neurological observations.
I have no further comments.
Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. We'll try Mr. Fitzgerald one more time. Mr. Fitzgerald, you're recognized. Okay. Mr. Who?
He's a train wreck. Fitzgerald is a train wreck.
Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, then the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 I had my hand up, Mr. Nevin.
Mr. Biggs,
Yeah,
did you seek recognition?
I did. I raised my hand by the little deal here.
The gentleman is recognized.
But little deal here.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And again, I hope that Mr. Fitzgerald is able to get his microphone going. But I wanted to talk to a point that on this amendment that Mr. Gates was just alluding to. And that was, again, the use or attempt to obtain weapons, plan mass shootings by people within this particular age demographic. So recently, well, actually, it's been a little more than recently, but one thing that we saw about under a GAO study of some time ago was the frequent use or attempted use of young people to use fake IDs to get weapons. And
Good
so
luck on the background check.
that this is really not going to do much with that, the underlying bill. But I would say, out of just sheer respect of our
Dude, you use a fake ID to try to obtain a firearm, you're going to go to prison, I guarantee you.
You would say, if you're going to make yourself available to by compulsory means to be drafted in to the service and have your entire life put at jeopardy and in absolute control by the government, which is what happens when you're conscripted, then just pure respect would say, let's go ahead and acknowledge that and allow these people, these young men, to be able to obtain weapons to defend themselves. That seems rational to me. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, if he is there.
Gates, Beavis or Butthead. He's a mix of both.
Doesn't seem to be still. So I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Stupid.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
How many more are there?
Ms. Bass?
Someone should mute their microphone.
They calling? Yes. Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no.
She muted her.
Mr. Jeffries?
Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
Lou votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin?
Thank you.
Jamie Raskin votes no.
Raskin votes no.
Of course.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings?
No.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse
We all have to
votes
sit
no.
through this because
Ms. McBath?
Matt Gates
No.
is an asshole.
Ms. McBath
He
votes no.
demanded this vote.
Mr. Stanton?
What an asshole.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean? No. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes.
Of course he does.
Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Yes.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Yes.
Aye. Oh, sorry. Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa?
Aye.
Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye.
Aye.
Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Chip Roy.
Mr. Bishop?
Aye. Aye, sorry.
Mr. Roy, you have to turn your camera on.
He's masturbating.
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Ms. Fishbach?
It's just crazy that he demanded this.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts?
It's a bill. It's a bill that I'm.
Ms. Sparts?
Sparts votes yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Benz votes aye.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Owens?
Owens, aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Bishop, you are not recorded. Mr. Bishop votes aye.
How is Swalwell recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
Wow.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Correa?
Correa votes no.
Mr. Correa, you have to turn your camera on.
Correa votes no.
Mr. Correa votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 24 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there? For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Really?
The clerk will report the amendment. The point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7910.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Huh. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several members of the committee have asked for the Republican solutions to the growing violent crime we've seen in recent years, and I gladly do so. We know what works because we've seen these policies work before. Vigorously prosecuting gun predators and putting them in jail until they're old and gray, that works. Executing murderers works. Backing the police and prosecuting criminals works. Identifying and confining the dangerously mentally ill so that we can treat them and keep them from hurting themselves or others works. And armed citizens who can return fire works. And it's this last provision that my amendment addresses. It assures that there's at least one armed guard able to defend our children if a gunman appears on a campus, if they're receiving federal grants for school safety. I've asked repeatedly why we take it for granted that there be an armed guard at a bank to protect our money.
That's what I say.
And yet we then go berserk when it's suggested that there should be an armed guard at a school to protect our children.
Does this guy watch my show?
And the amendment also says that if the
That's
district
my
is giving
talking
federal
point.
grants for school safety, they must allow staff with concealed weapons permits that are valid in their state to carry those weapons on school grounds if they wish to do so. A retired police officer who's become a teacher as a second career, for example, who wants to protect himself and his students against a would-be gunman, ought to be allowed to do so. That, after all, is the entire purpose of a concealed weapons permit. It's for self-defense. A concealed weapons permit isn't for hunting. It isn't for target shooting. It is solely for self-defense. A citizen who's met the requirements of their state to carry a concealed weapon to defend themselves ought to be allowed to carry that firearm to defend the children who are under their care. You know, I pointed out earlier the incident where a gunman with an AR-15 style rifle fired at a graduation party on private property in Charleston, West Virginia, the day after the massacre at the so-called gun-free zone of Robb Elementary School. An armed woman was in that crowd. She immediately returned fire, killing the would-be mass shooter on the spot. Now think about this. If that graduation party had been held on school property, the result would likely have been dozens of innocent people dead and wounded, because that woman would have been legally forbidden from having that gun on the school grounds so that she could return fire. They would have had to wait many agonizingly long minutes until the police arrived while the gunman ran amok. That's what happened at our schools time and again when they've been attacked by gunmen who do not obey those laws. So the question is, are we willing to protect our children in our schools with at least as much force as we protect our money in our banks, or for that matter, the merchandise in our malls? This is something that can be implemented immediately that could well have stopped the massacre at Uvalde, just as it did stop the would-be massacre at Charleston, West Virginia, the very next day. This amendment doesn't depend on criminals obeying the law. It doesn't depend on someday, ever so slowly, maybe reducing the availability of the 400 million firearms in the country today. It does not make self-defense harder for honest and decent people. In fact, it makes self-defense easier for honest and decent people, and it makes future attacks on our schools much less likely to succeed and infinitely more dangerous to those who are contemplating such an act. That's the simple issue this amendment addresses. Our children in our schools as worthy of protection as the money in our banks or the merchandise in our shopping malls. That's the question. I yield back.
Would the gentleman from California yield?
Would the gentleman, yes, the gentleman yielded back.
Yeah.
Does the gentlelady insist on a point of order?
I insist on my point of order.
Will you state it?
Out of the scope.
This is out of the scope of the legislation, although a good intent. It is not tied to the programs in the legislation and therefore is not germane.
The chair is prepared to rule. I agree with the point of order. This amendment amends a program that is not within the bill and is therefore outside the scope of the bill and is therefore not germane.
Wow.
The amendment is not germane. Are there any further amendments?
That ends that. They're not even going to vote on it. He struck it. I bet that guy's pissed.
For what purpose does Mr. Massey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk dealing with the Nix report.
Reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7910 offered
Without
by...
objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
My amendment is simply a reporting amendment. We need to get some information from the DOJ, from the Attorney General on the existing gun laws. Right now, the Nix background check for the latest year that we have numbers issued 112,000 denials, yet only 12 of those were federally prosecuted. So presumably they were rejected. I mean, the presumption is that you're rejected because you were an ineligible person to buy a firearm and you tried to buy a firearm. Why weren't they prosecuted to a greater extent? Why were only 12 out of 112,000 prosecuted? It's because the dirty little secret is most of those are false denials. Now you might say, well, it's better to be overly safe than to let a few through the cracks. The problem is that the current system is riddled with errors. If you have a similar name, phonetically pronounced or spelled to somebody else.
Yield? The gentleman yield?
Let me finish my amendment and then I'll yield. Okay. I'll happily yield to the chairman. So what happens with the false denials is that within racial and ethnic groups that share similar surnames.
So I think we've watched enough to figure out
a higher percentage
how this is
going to
go.
Denials.
Okay,
and,
so let's go ahead.
Some of these false denials are overturned, but a lot of them are not.
We'll mute this now because I'll tell you what's going on now. At this point, The Democrats aren't going to allow any of the Republican legislation to pass. They don't like it, and they don't want it. The Republicans are offering their own solutions, their own set of solutions. Whether or not they feel that those are real, helpful solutions or not, some of them are just outright silly. And then other ones make perfect sense. I know exactly what's going to keep happening. This is the way the House is set up. They're going to keep knocking these down, and there's no point in us watching any longer. But I want to say, you guys are troopers, man. I can't believe how many of you guys stayed and watched this. We did a 5-hour show? I am blown away by your attentiveness and how many of you stayed and watched these hearings. This is important. These are your rights, and they're taking away your right to speak. They're taking away your right to protect yourself. They're taking away everything they can. And those of you that are interested in this, it pays off, you know, in real world dollars and bills, man, when it comes down to it. Knowing what's going on with your government is the best way you guys can help yourselves avoid having these motherfuckers come bashing your doors in and demanding your weapons, you know, and taking away your social media and your free speech and everything. So, yeah, hey, Ryan, you don't believe in freedom of speech? Yeah, me neither. You're blocked. You guys like that? Yeah. I'm good. Did you guys see that? That was great right at the end. I was just going to cut the show off too, man. And now I'm like, feel like smoking with you because I got a block on there. Oh, it was good. Dude came in and said he didn't believe in free speech. I said, I agree with you. You're blocked. Do you guys like that? I don't know who AFC Sudbury is. I'm sorry. You'd have to explain it to me. Did you guys like that? Hey, look at me, looking at you. So Kelly train wreck it is. Is my dog barking? Hell yeah. I've still got the gun legislation thing running, but there's nothing to see there, I'm sure. They're not going to pass anything. They've got a Republican speaking. Let me see what this guy's saying.
Able to develop and move a bipartisan effort in relationship to a special session that had been called by our governor at the time. We worked together to pass a bill, and then a act was put in place, Act 143. It appropriated $100 million in fiscal year 18-19 to award school safety grants throughout the state of Wisconsin. They went to districts and private schools. Independent charter schools were eligible, as well as tribal schools. It required that the schools submit safety plans to improve their physical.
Yeah, we don't waste our time with sports. Sorry, dude.
To the Attorney General, to DOJ in Wisconsin. The bill was an unbelievably tremendous success in our state. DOJ awarded $94.5 million to 1,325 school safety grant recipients. You know, what we thought we would do after talking to myself and Congressman Tiffany is just kind of repurpose some of the dollars that are already related to the bill and simply see if we couldn't find a way of allowing either states that have already moved forward with something like this. And a lot of these things were initiated as a result of Parkland, the Stoneman Douglas High School. Or if there are states out there that are contemplating making these moves. And you know, if you look at the 8 bills that are before us today that have been pushed into this omnibus bill, and I even question whether or not some of this stuff has been cross-checked, especially on the personal security items included. But if you look at them, none of them really address what just happened in Texas.
Yep.
There are definitely weaknesses when it comes to physical security in a lot of these school buildings. So, what I have is an amendment that I think is crafted in a way it's not heavy-handed. It doesn't just say that the federal government will in fact just issue these credits directly.
It's not going to
pass. It
pass.
would be in working with the states to develop a strategy where, and I heard some of the other members today say that, hardening schools is not the answer. But quite honestly, I think
they won't do it.
A lot of people say if there's anything we can agree on, it would be to improve the physical security of these buildings. Some of them old, they were built in the 30s and 40s, and this stuff hasn't been addressed. And I mean, we could make this available. I think in a bipartisan fashion, there is support for this type of concept.
It's a great idea.
And at the end of the day, I think that's one thing that we're kind of looking for here.
They should do it.
I would hope that we could
no, they
add
won't.
this amendment.
They're not going
to this bill, and it might be something that would garner some bipartisan support.
Nope.
And before I yield back, I did want to make a comment about one of the earlier.
They're playing
amendments
party
that was offered by
politics,
Mr.
son.
Massey. In 1981, I went to basic training in Fort Jackson, South Carolina.
Wisconsin.
And there were 40 17-year-olds, maybe some 18-year-olds, I don't remember. We were all issued M16s. And we used those on live fire ranges. We were taught to assemble, disassemble, and clean those weapons and take care of them like they were our own. So the idea that a 17-year-old isn't up to, or certainly doesn't have the ability to understand how a firearm works or whether or not they can be responsible or trusted with one, it's happening in our armed services each and every day. A new group of basic trainees make their way through, doesn't matter whether it's the Army, the Air Force, or Marine Corps. So I just put that out there as something that is real and it's happening each and every day. And I hope that the members think about that before they may jump too quickly on some of this legislation that I think is moving hastily and has not necessarily been thought through. So with that, I would yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on a point of order?
I do not insist on my point of order.
Gentlelady does not insist on a point of order. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The amendment is well-intentioned, clearly. Unfortunately, it would condition participation in the firearm safe storage program, which we want to promote. We want wide participation in the firearm safe storage program for obvious reasons. And this would condition participation in the safe storage program on an unrelated program best addressed in the Ed and Labor Committee. So I would, with all due respect for the good intentions behind this amendment, I think it's ill-advised to condition participation in the firearm safe storage program on any other program, because we want to encourage it, and especially on a program that's best addressed in another committee. I yield back. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. In spite of what President Biden says that it doesn't help to harden schools, we found out, as Representative Fitzgerald said in his remarks, that it does help in Wisconsin. And I've actually seen it in schools that my kids have attended over the years. I was one of those people that
Thank you,
was really
Amaditas.
skeptical of
Thank you, bro.
putting limitations on how people enter school buildings. After all, I remember 40, 50 years ago when I used to go to school and, it was easy in, easy out. But, the world has changed, and we in Wisconsin, we changed in 2018, and we offered these grants. And as Representative Fitzgerald said, they have been successful. The one drawback that I heard from a few school administrators that I called last night, they said, we wish we would have had it sooner because we had already acted. But many schools had not acted yet, and they were able to take advantage of it. In fact, I think there was over 1,000 schools in Wisconsin that took advantage of this to, in many cases, harden their schools and make them safer. So it was a successful program. And in talking to one of my former colleagues in the legislature last night, they said they're considering additional measures.
They're arguing for it, but they're not going to pass
I think that
it.
gets to the other point in regards to putting this hearing out in such a rushed manner. We should be taking a look at what is the responsibility of the states also. Because even like in regards to red flag laws, I think it's chapter 51 of the code in Wisconsin.
It's
that
almost
there
like
is a
this
commitment
guy
procedure
is
that's already in place.
got all
in
this
Wisconsin
stuff to talk
deal with
about just to
someone
bore us to
that
death so
has,
we won't pay attention,
psychological
we won't
problems,
listen,
whatever may be
and
a
we'll
threat
lose
to the
interest in
community.
it.
That is
We won't
already in
support
place. And I think as
them
we're
changing legislation to
your
try to
comments,
protect
Mr.
kids.
Chairman,
and
about
I get it, man. I totally get it. I get it, but I'm like, God damn, bro. Holy shit. It's okay. 4.5 hours. 4 hours and 44 minutes. Good enough. It's a good show. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm gonna try to do this. I don't know if I'm gonna do it right now, but I might be taking my camera underwater and taking some video. I just want to see, just take I got a few pockets down there I can go to. I'm not going to go down the springs, but I'm just going to go here in the creek and try to get some quick footage and see how it comes out. All right, you guys. Love y'all. Take care. Hope you had fun. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. I will see you on the next live show. It'll be, tonight. Maybe do a live stream tonight. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. Psh, unreal. In the meantime, you can follow me on Twitter. I'm at Nays Garden on Twitter. At Nays Garden Show on TikTok, at Nays Garden Show on Instagram, where you can go see those uploads of the helicopter, the Huey. I got video of the Huey up there. You guys can go see. It's got some good music behind it from helicopter music. So, hey, Sean, what's up? Yeah, you're late. You are very late. You're 4 hours and 45 minutes late, to be exact. All right.
And I've noticed several commonalities, common themes that go through the Republican amendments. Not one would result in any ammunition not being sold, produced, or out there. Not one would reduce a gun or a rifle, assault weapon, or any other weapon from being in society.
They should.
Nothing would hurt any of the NRA's business partners, and they would lose a single penny because the ammunition and the guns would continue to be available and sold and legal, and no matter what. And that seems to be their theme. They come up with some ideas about recommending that people that could be 70 or 60 years old and retired military or law enforcement go to the schools and provide the security, which was not provided in Uvalde by people who were trained and had been in training just in December of 2021. And despite that, they were totally incompetent. And some of them have said that we have rushed into this. We didn't rush into background hearings. We had 2 background check bills that passed this Congress, supported by 90% of the public. They were not rushed. They had nary a Republican vote. So regardless if we give the Republicans long time to think about bills and lots of notice, or very little notice, they vote the same way. They vote no.
And you guys vote no for their amendments too. So it drives them crazy too, I'm sure. They tell you got to fortify the schools, and I agree with the Republicans on that. Sorry if you don't like it, but I agree with them. I agree with the lunatics that want to, that at least want to pretend to want to protect your children. That's better than, your quarter measures that won't do anything to stop what's going on. Won't do a single thing to stop what's going on. So. A little bit of a battle going on, man, between the left and the right. It's interesting. Thanks, Sean. Vote yes for nay, says Abadidas. Okay, guys. You guys take care. Enjoy your day. Check me out. I'm at Nays Garden on Twitter. That's where I will be. I will be on Twitter. Maybe I'll put up some of this footage of the underwater footage. I'll put that up on Twitter. So come on over to Twitter and you'll be able to see the underwater footage before the next show around 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, something like that. I don't know. You guys take care. Bye.